Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner.
Okay, brother Chair, can you hear me?
Video clip. No, that's a stupid again.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Countdown. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
Greetings, what's going on? This is Shabaka San
Greetings,
here.
greetings.
Okay. Sound much better tonight than you did last night.
Yeah, it's still giving me issues. Thank y'all for tuning into the this episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I can't keep saying my browser to play the video clip.
Okay, I see Mac 285 there. Greetings there to you, brother.
Chroma,
how you be? How you
and I'm joining my other host ladies. Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Yes, sir.
And our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Shabaka's Blacks, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And we got our hype man in the building. We got Twin Pyramid in the building. We got Soul Brother 85, otherwise known as Mac 285.
Okay, greetings.
Reality. I appreciate y'all tapping in. And we will try to leave off where we left off last night.
Okay.
So I had left off with the presidential debate. Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm hearing you much better than I did last night, man, because you was fading out, man, and I was only hearing like about 20% of your telemetry.
Yeah, I'm hearing you much better than I did last night.
Okay, now I'm getting feedback off of your end.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Shabaka?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
All right, so I had left off. Yes, now I can hear you. We had left off with the presidential debate. That scam of a debate. It was a joke.
Right.
Sleepy Joe needs to put his old ass down somewhere.
Right.
In the dump as in human shit. Needs to be in handcuffs. And,
yeah, without a doubt.
Locked.
Yeah, he should be walking a concrete, man.
I had left
what I'm saying?
I had left off with CNN excluding the Black American media.
Right.
They include international reporters. So we gave us the update on that. So I'm going to go to the next topic. And that is Jangles. But before that, we got to hear from the professor. Professor Black Truth had to sound off on what he thought about the debate. So I'm going to play that clip first.
Yes, sir.
Take this band down. Put this overlay down. This connection. Who just joined us? Dennis. Who is Dennis? Shabaka, who is Dennis?
Dennis Boatwright?
Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here, Brother Check.
Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
Who's Dennis Boat?
Okay, he's a friend I got on.
This?
Okay, yeah, he's a friend I have on Facebook, and the brother has reached out to me, man, and asked us, to let him know when we're coming on.
Okay. Greetings, Brother Dennis. Thank you for joining us.
Greetings, brother. How you doing?
All right, man. Thank you for taking up on the invitation, Mr. Brother. Right? Yeah.
Mine is having struggle internet. Right.
Say it again.
Yeah, we having trouble with the internet out of our Denver office.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Is because what they do to us, brother, just like they do on the Blog Talk Radio and all pro-black media, man. They're always throwing monkey wrenches and little viruses on us and all that old type of nonsense, as you well aware of. And then, of course, man, when it comes up here to this alphabetized agenda bullshit, for some odd reason, that gets all the way through. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. It's always going that it's always going to be obstacles, but we can fight through them.
I know exactly what you're saying, Shabaka. So I'm gonna pray Professor Blacc.
Yes, sir, brother.
On a debate. I'm sorry, brother. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay, yeah, that's Dennis Boat right there, man. Yeah. Okay, and also too, Brother Dennis, I know you saw the debate the other night, man. I think you checked out my live feed when I was on the couch looking at it.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted.
Okay, Professor, as much as we love you, man, subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. We're trying to build.
And of course, be sure to give the video. Supremacists hate that. And now the.
Okay, Professor Black Truth. Okay, it's coming in.
This was a game-changing week. There is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists, it involves elected officials, it involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket, and they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to because they feel this debate is so terrible.
If anybody in America thinks that was even close to being an okay debate by Joe Biden, I'm living in a parallel universe. That was an unmitigated disaster for President Biden from the second he walked out to the closing statement. The biggest issue for Democrats is abortion, and he couldn't give an answer. He gave an answer he couldn't even give a coherent answer on the biggest issue for Democrats tonight.
Yeah, I'll give you the analysis. You kind of have the old man versus the con man. I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good man.
Oh my God.
He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of peace, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that.
It's a political strength of Joe Biden is his resilience and his stubbornness. It's also sometimes a blind spot because he is so stubborn. It's going to be very hard to someone, and I don't know who it is, who could go to Joe Biden and say, you need to do this.
Oh, the puns and quips have been coming in hard and heavy since the great debate, or as many people have been calling it, the great debasement. For many months now, we've been hearing about whether Trump will or will not engage in a debate, and the white media spin on it, at least from the white left, has been really Trump's not going to, especially with all of his legal woes. They were thinking that this was going to be acting as a deterrent for him. After all, he doesn't want to answer any tough questions about it. Give me a break. Trump already established that he's pretty much scandal-proof for years now. But they were putting this false narrative out there that Donald Trump didn't want to take part in the debate. Not really. He was trying to find a way, some excuse. Oh, he shouldn't have to do it. That's what they were saying for the longest time. And in the end, he said, yes, But then again, when is Donald Trump actually shy from a camera? The man doesn't do that, especially not under these circumstances. He's known for the longest time that Joe Biden was pretty much cognitively on his ass legs, and the debate pretty much sealed the deal on that one. Because now that they've actually had the debate, all of that talking about how Donald Trump didn't want to be there, it's turned on its head. Everybody's forgotten all about that. And they've also forgotten about Trump's legal problems too. Those narratives have been completely overshadowed by the fact that the country is now presented with a prospect far worse than having a morally deranged pervert in the White House who may or may not be in the hip pocket of the Chinese and the Russians. They're looking at a president who basically at this point is senile beyond belief. Man can't even form a coherent sentence, and it's been put on display for the whole world to see. Even folks over in Britain and France and elsewhere might be to the left or center. They're looking and going, this is a problem. White media, who have been trying to pretend as if there was some sort of horse race going on between these two, now they're looking and going, looks like one of the horses broke a leg. The denial had been on overdrive for years now. The people who have been covering for Biden and talking about how Trump's various legal losses were going to spell disaster for him, they're now in full-blown panic mode. Because that's what all of these legal fights with Trump were about. It was about weakening the man, trying to undermine him as much as possible before the debate. This is just the white left doing their own of lawfare and political warfare for Black people's benefit. They were doing it for their own. And of course, you had the empty-headed pundit class like Joe Scarborough, who were talking about, oh, I don't get elected. Yeah, but after that debate, you got Scarborough looking. This has been part of the strategy to try to find a way to bypass the black vote. Go ahead and talk immigration. Go ahead and talk about abortion. We'll hammer the drum on that. Yeah, and how much good has that done? Those things got blown out in an instant. The first of the polls have come out. It shows that was the one who should have been terrified to go into that debate. He was already underwater with his poll numbers. Now he's officially upside down. A month ago, only 35% of respondents said that he had the mental and cognitive health to be president. That's bad. After the debate, that number has now fallen to only 27%. So that means that basically only 4 Americans, according to this poll, actually believe that Joe Biden still has the mental and cognitive health to serve as president. Now, once you get under 40% with America's electorate, that basically means that you've burned past whatever the rock-solid Democrat or Republican base happens to be. In America, that's how it works. About 35 to 40% Americans basically are Republicans. You can't talk them into anything else. They're just basically Republicans. And the same thing goes for the Democrats. Roughly 35 to 40% of Americans are rock-solid Democrats and aren't going to Republicans no matter what. All of the $500 million that goes into these presidential campaigns is only meant to sway that other 20% or so of the electorate, to get them to change their minds, because they're the only ones who all that propaganda could potentially affect. This is showing that Biden's already burned himself way down past that 40%. He is now in trouble. And as far as those who said that he didn't have the cognitive ability to serve as president, that number was already at 65%, 3 out of 5 a month ago. Now it's over 70%. But of course, Trump is younger than Biden. The word young can be used to describe either one of them. A poll comparing both Trump to Biden, he's seen as having nearly double the number.
Okay, Brother Che, okay, we're losing telemetry.
Ability to be president compared to Biden. And among those who said that he didn't get that much blockbuster event, it was not must-see TV. Imagine, though, how much higher these numbers would have been if more people had actually been watching. Now, I and probably a couple of others have been telling you for years now, and especially since these lawsuits finally got rolling against Trump, this was not going to matter to Trump's base. And truth be told, if Biden wasn't able to actually address the kitchen table issues, the pocketbook issues that were facing the American people, if he wasn't able to do anything about the cost of living crisis, which I told you is actually a cost of housing crisis, if he couldn't do anything about that, or in his case, refused to do anything about that because the big donors wouldn't like it, then what's going to happen is Donald Trump is going to be pushed back to the White House on a red wave of voter apathy. And that's where things stand now. At least that's where they stood before the debate. Now apathy has turned into full-blown anxiety. And it was all completely predictable, or at the very least, See, the Democratic pundits and the commentators on the left, these people have been spending years trying to put up some sort of rhetorical hedge for Biden, something they could use to explain away the man's obvious, excruciatingly blatant deficiencies. What they've been trying to do is their own version of Ronald Reagan's famous debate zinger when he was talking about Walter Mondale and he said that he can hold his opponent's youth and inexperience against him. Never mind the fact that Walter Mondale was already a middle-aged man, close to elderly at that point. Ronald Reagan was already elderly, and the man's brain had been turning to jelly would-be attacks on his advanced age, because he'd been already hearing it for years that he was too old to be president, and that's how he decided to wave it off, saying, I'm going to go ahead and just because, the white media loves it when an old white man tells some old quips, and he was able to do that, and it worked. Problem is, that's not going to work with Biden. Biden can't even speak at this point. He's sitting there talking. I would love to say it sounds like the Crypt Keeper, but the Crypt Keeper sounds like Barry White compared to Biden. And the way that he ambled, though shuffled is more like it, onto that stage, the man can barely talk. He can barely walk at this point. This is not somebody who instills confidence. But then again, I guess his handlers were thinking if we can just get him through the debate without him falling out from exhaustion, because that's how he sounded. He didn't need cue cards. What he needed was a nap. But this is what the Democrats chose to do. And no matter what the pundits may be telling you, there's an elephant in the room that nobody wants to have to deal with. They keep talking about, how the Democratic Party structure is, that's what brought us to this, and all this other garbage. There's something that nobody wants to have to talk about, and that's the reason why you need the black media. The problem here is bigger than just Biden's advanced age. The Democrats are in full-blown panic.
Okay, Brother Jack.
Kamala's the problem. She's the entire reason that they're panicking. There wouldn't be an issue at all if they had somebody that they had confidence in as the vice president. But the thing about it was they don't have confidence in Kamala Harris. And that's the reason why they're sitting here going, what are we going to do? You can't tell Joe Biden to resign the presidency because you're guaranteeing at that point that the outcome would be the same no matter what. You can only tell Biden to resign the presidency if you're able to present something better. Kamala Harris Biden isn't possible, not without an election. Right. The rules of succession in the Constitution don't allow for the vice president to just be passed over. You have to hold an election.
Well, okay, so there's the fix in right there, people, for the dump, as in human.
And for that to happen, that means Gavin Newsom or Elizabeth Warren or whatever.
I was saying, I've been saying that.
Okay, we're kind of in a froze zone right now. We're waiting on our Denver office to get back online. Is because what they're doing is, ladies
white
and gentlemen,
person they would want to put in there would have to go to the Democratic convention. And for the first time in decades,
Okay, we're listening to Professor Black Truth. Okay, we're trying to, get our technology back up out of our Denver office.
We do. When it was obvious to me that this.
Okay, looks like we lost the feed to Professor Black Truth. Okay, Brother Che, you can you hear me? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, we're up there pinwheeling. Okay, and And it appears I'm the only one here off in the studio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't been having some technical difficulties lately. Okay, Twin. Okay, all right.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay, all right. And Twin has got us there 100% on with Professor Black Food.
We're sitting next to each other, family. One thing you haven't seen in the Black House. You haven't seen the Black House in a minute, and I'm sitting next to Mr. Black Tangibles as
okay. Okay, so I think in Black Truth was saying.
Oh yeah. Say footsie. Okay, turn it off.
Okay, so
it'll be better.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so you have an internet issue.
Struggles real with us over here.
Okay, Twin.
That's the problem.
See, man,
how do you tell they're intentionally passing you over? Because that's what they're doing. They're trying to figure out.
They'll be all right.
Say it. I mean, it's so blatant. They're trying not to say it is excruciatingly obvious they don't want to have to say Kamala Harris can't be the nominee. Oh my God, what about the convention? That's because nobody wants to have to say Kamala Harris can't be the nominee. That's the entire problem. How do you skip over Kamala Harris, which is what they want to do? Now, this is a reality that I've been talking about since at least 2017 when I did my now classic video, The Deadly Deception of Kamala Harris. When it was obvious to me that this would-be political upstart from California was desperately trying to remake Barack Obama's presidential roadmap formula. She was going to try to walk in his footsteps. It was obvious to me that's exactly what she was trying to do. And she went ahead and ran that playbook line by line, and it failed for her. But it did at least get her some attention as far as she's concerned. Oh, I'm only a heartbeat away from the presidency. Truth be told, given her low amount of charisma, no ideas, and very little personality, she might as well be a million miles away. This is the reason that Kamala Harris is not being talked about. They're terrified. They should be. As the Black media has been telling you, reason and one reason only, to try to get the votes of Black women. See, that's one of the primary drivers of who gets selected to be the vice presidential running mate. The reason why some votes that you may not be able to get on your own. That was why Barack Obama chose an old white guy, an old racist white guy like Joe Biden to be his running mate. Barack Obama had a number of political deficiencies among white voters, specifically with white men. They definitely did not want to have to vote for him if they thought they had a viable alternative. That's why he had a white guy, an old somebody they could look at and see themselves. And those fellow racists and say, oh, there's this black guy over here. He's clean and articulate, and he doesn't mind when I call him colored. That's what Joe Biden was put on the ballot for. And he served his purpose. Barack Obama wanted to go ahead and get those white male votes, specifically white folks out there in the heartland, and it worked. As for Kamala Harris, there's still no evidence that putting her on the ballot helped him out at all. Sure, there may have been some enthusiasm from the ski-wee contingent, the same clowns who failed to help Kamala Harris win even one primary or even be competitive in any primary races. But the truth of the matter is, when the Black voters turned out in 2020, they didn't do it because they liked Kamala Harris. I showed you time and again, every time Kamala Harris went in front of Black folks, they booed her. They did not like this woman. The reason that Joe Biden was able to get those Black votes regardless was because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's nonstop antagonism of the Black vote, that made it where all those Black folks who stayed home in 2016 because they were disgusted with the deliberate betrayal and failure of the Obama years, they were so antagonized by Trump they decided to turn out. Trump was the one who turned out the Black vote in 2020, not Kamala Harris. Now, the problem for the Democrats is when you got these little Black would-be boule Negroes running around, especially if you got these Black sorority types and such, these are inventions of white power. So they're being bitten in the behinds by their own little inventions, the ski-wee contingent. This little group of harpies, they're hell-bound and determined that they want a Black woman from their sorority circle specifically to become president, especially after Obama. As far as they're concerned, you're not going to have a Black man be president, even if he's only biracial. You have to have a Black woman in there because we want some validation. That's what the ski-weers are saying. They're looking for validation. They want validation that shea butter still matters, apparently. The ski-wee contingent, the shea butter crowd, they were declaring early on, back when the white media was taking pot shots at Kamala's communication blunders and her general incompetence back in the early days of the administration. The shea butter crowd made it clear that if the Democrats are starting to think that they should dump Kamala or otherwise sideline her, well, the shea butter gang, they'll put down their hair extensions, their fake fingernails, and their buckets of Haagen-Dazs just long enough to say that they're not going to turn out to vote. Never mind the fact that they're not going to make any sort of substantive difference to the outcome of the election. But the truth of the matter is Biden's political situation is precarious, to say the least. He really doesn't need anybody who's actually breaking away from them. And even though the ski-wee contingent doesn't make or break an election, the truth of the matter is he still needs some votes from them anyway. He can't really afford for them to be running out. So while the joke is on them because there's not enough for them to win even one primary, for the Democrats, the problem is that there's no way around Kamala Harris, at least not one that doesn't involve her also having to resign the presidency the moment that she gets it. Putting Joe Biden on the ticket 4 years ago was a reckless gamble by the Democrats because he was already having severe cognitive problems that were apparent as early as the second term of the Obama administration. You see, the white media loves to cover for certain folks, especially white politicians. His stupid stuff and his ramblings, and clearly this guy was absent-minded. They did. It was going through the outer stages of senility. That real reason for all the stupid Biden said that, and of course his inherent racism. But the fact that this man was not able to actually express himself, that wasn't because he was inartful. It's because the fact that the man's mind was already going then. His gray matter was already turning to mush. Remember, there's a reason that the Democrats over Biden for Hillary in 2016. There's a reason why, well, naturally the president would be the next one in line to pursue the presidency. He's already in the White House and he's got the power of incumbency behind him. But the problem was Biden was already understood back in 2016 to be way too old to be running for president. People already looked at the numbers and said, forget it, you can't run Biden, that's for sure. And the Democrats, being the Democrats, they didn't bother to cultivate a field of contenders like the Republicans do. So when 2020 came around, they were somebody on that ballot who had some name recognition, and Biden was pretty much the only game in town. Now, had he run against anyone other than Trump, he would have lost, like he did all those other abortive attempts he made at being president. And keep in mind, even then, were it not for COVID, he would have lost. But Biden beat the odds and he managed to win. And when he did, the Democrats should have been eyeing an exit strategy to have him resign no later than mid-2022. But that brings us back to the real problem, doesn't it? What do you Kamala Harris then? One is going ahead and I think I'm going to...
Okay, I see the professors faded out, or they're playing with our algorithms again, Brother Check. You know, but the professor's making a whole lot of sense right now. What are you going to do about Kamala Harris? Because you don't want to pass the keys to the White House over to getting rid of her before the 2020. I keep hammering that point because that's something the white media is not telling you, and that's our problem. That's the real problem. Now, Gavin Newsom's been spending years trying to position himself for a presidential run. That's the reason why he had that little spitball fight going with Ron DeSantis. It was obvious to everybody he wasn't going to go the distance. But even so, Newsom's 1,000-watt smile, his perfectly coiffed hairdo, and his professional guest artist routine. Yeah, well, to me, Gavin Newsom, professor, you know, is a man of low moral
proper handlers, and they just keep Biden out of sight for the most part and don't let him do too many public appearances, maybe they'll be able to slither their way past the election. And there's certainly precedent for it from the Democrats. They did it with FDR, but FDR's problem was he was physically
okay, Brother Che. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we're having some technical difficulties out here with our Denver office. And hopefully Brother Che can come on is because
bipolar. The problem was wasn't that the man's
Okay, yeah, so we're getting a pinwheel again. Brother Che, can you hear me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it appears once again that they're messing with the technology on this. Okay, it's because we're having difficulty out of our Denver office. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm the only one here in the studio. Okay, it appears that we have an internet connection problems again. Okay, so it's quite obvious that the powers that be are throwing monkey wrenches into the works of what we're trying to do. So what I'm going to suggest that we do, Black family, is that we start hitting Silicon Valley with an avalanche of lawsuits for infringing on the First Amendment. And keep in mind, you know, the Constitution wasn't written for us in the first place. Okay, so I'm gonna sign off from Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, and I'm gonna try to make contact with Brother Che. Okay, because this isn't right what they're doing to our platform. And what it is, people, is that we pay our money for this stuff. And they're not giving us what we paid for. And of course, you know, they don't like the narrative of what we're saying. All right, so this is Shabaka St. Corey, ladies and gentlemen, for Frontline Black News, signing off from Las Vegas. Definitely check with us on Tuesday night, day after tomorrow, July the 2nd. You know, for our special edition episode, for our normal edition episode of Shabaka's Black Experienced Enhanced. Okay, so everybody have a nice night. Signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada.
There's no riding it out. It's too
just us.
unstable.
Let's just ride it out. Let's see if we can at least get one more in. It's gonna be better tomorrow, family. Everything happens payments, you know what I mean? Everything comes in like on the weirdest fucking times. So midnight, fucking 4. So just bear with us. We're gonna try one more.
Can't believe you hear about the stars on it.
Which part?
Professor Black Super, what you just said. But we got disconnected. Talk to people real quick.
Super swollen. So I've been
Sorry, y'all. It's my building.
so that's why he's at the Black House all the time. And welding.
Sounds familiar.
Front Line Blacc news because I'm trying to say, even though I said we should postpone it, however, we gotta keep it consistent. So that's where we're at.
Right, we consistently go on.
So that's why we're trying. But in hindsight, 90% of this is gonna be done probably as soon as the internet gets paid tomorrow sometime. You know.
Yeah, like I have a hotspot, but they ain't cut on yet.
It's like we try to work on that hotspot. We try to work on this hotspot.
So I gotta rely on the building.
The building's got like fucking. It's like three like you ever had 3-0 beer, like cheap ass beer, watered down beer. It's like watered down internet. Beer. Yeah, like that. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, 3-2.
I don't even drink beer. I'm a hard drinker. So I came over here. There was de-swelling, and then what the fuck is wrong with me, man? The whole was like
this
out
shit
here.
keep fluctuating and go from no bars
to the hospital for like a whole
to all
day.
bars.
Weird.
Okay, Twin said we're good now.
See, all good. See,
I said we understand. Okay, all right, man. I see you.
Thank God. The only people in the
All right,
world.
try to get back on, Shabaka, because I want to hear your thoughts on what Professor Black biting.
Just like this. Yep. We was a little younger. I was a little younger and less swollen up. So funny. My sister pulled up on me yesterday. Was like, look at all that gray shit in the back. What the fuck she was talking about? I couldn't see any gray shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was just making small talk. So, yeah, I was at the hospital like one whole day, and it's all my medicines. I took a different medicine. And that motherfucker did not agree with me on any level. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type shit. And then it's like, wow.
Yeah, she's talking to the people right now.
Stupidly swole up, like beyond ridiculous. The doctor was like, dude. So I could barely breathe. They were not. They gave a flip though. They were not gonna keep me. They're like, take your motherfucking ass home. I was like, all right, whatever, bitch.
All right, so let's talk about Biden, Sleepy Glitch himself.
Me?
Yeah.
First of all, did you see how Biden matched his hair? Every time he tried to make ugly faces at when he was like, you know, he's like cut pearl moments.
Yeah,
that motherfucker is so translucent.
Shabaka's back with us.
So fucking
stop, Cam.
He fucking damn near matched his hair. Did you see how much hair he had? Let's talk about that. What was he looking at? What kind of notes was he looking at? Because none of that was helpful. I mean, it was funny when Trump was like, I don't even know what he said right there. That was a wrap. They should just walk away then. Everything was
like he had the ball was in his court. He literally had home court advantage. The rules, everything, that was all Biden.
Right.
And then this damn Democratic shield.
I got an idea.
You should have changed the rules.
Man, Biden was so fucked up. It looked like he not need to change the rules. It looked like he needed to go change his diapers.
Yeah, he changed his depends.
They might as well just turn around, bend over, and let Trump
it looked like
get
he
it.
definitely shit on himself.
Did you see how he matched his fucking hair? If there was points in that thing I flipped around, and that motherfucker was straight, like not even pasty white. It was like, I mean, don't let the fucking shade deflect the message. I'm all under the light right now, okay? But this motherfucker was like white, and his hair.
No, he looked like a
he had like very thin hair, okay? You see how much fucking hair actually President Biden has? Like no hair, and then he got mad.
He's balding.
He was like, "And my son," and he like, "What the fuck you bring up your son?" We were talking about the migrants, cuz
he brought up his son because the dump brought up his son.
It was tight. Yeah, Trump was like, "Yeah, come on, man, bring it." He had that shit under control. I hate to say that.
So I'm gonna try to share this link.
What are you saying, Shabaka?
He said he's gonna try to share the link.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead, Lady J.
That's the tablet.
What else was I saying?
You were talking about.
Oh yeah. There's nothing that he said was fucking. It was really anything coherent. We already knew Trump was gonna do whatever Trump does. The black questions. I was like, what the fuck kind of question is this? So what? He never gave a fuck if we're disappointed. He never gave a fuck if we see that he's not fucking adhering to his shit. Nobody asked real black questions. You know, like.
That's why you missed it. I went over that. They did not want the black media there.
Oh no, I didn't miss that part.
Yeah, so of course they're not gonna get the questions that the new black media would ask.
Well, of course, nobody even asks us questions when they see them in public.
They're not even the new black media that's
asking
those questions.
It doesn't even matter. Look,
there's a difference between you asking a question and Jeff Fart asking a question.
First of all, that guy, man. Let me just say it like this, okay? You got a comment.
Or Meridian asking a question versus you adding a question.
I have the question. I got all the questions.
Exactly, Choon. Thank you.
I don't know. What are you saying exactly for? He thinks he won right here. No, listen. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? Like, First of all, yes, you're right on the new black media asking questions, right? You didn't get that kind of access. And when we do have access, like a motherfucker in there talking to people, such as, I'm not even going to mention their names, 50 Cent, you're over there by all about selfish shit. You could be asking black questions, but you're not. You're over there on your own shit. You know what I mean? So everybody's in there on their own shit. And I would just have to say that I have a thought and I have an idea, but it would take a lot. It would take a good 50 strong motherfuckers, strong vocal motherfuckers, such as myself and 50 other motherfuckers. Okay, and I can name at least 20 of let me take it back. At least 10 of the new black media with strong fucking voices off the top of my head.
It's just a weed party.
It's just a weed party. Why did you ask? Okay, so to move this in the right direction, I think we have a chance. And look, I've been looking at this like a horse race the whole time, right? And yesterday, what was trending? Reparations in Cornell West for a brief moment.
Reparations, Cornell West, and the Big Three.
The Big Three.
What's trending?
So, what we could do if we all really thought about it, we sit down and have a dialogue offline, and maneuver resources into that candidate, into the dark horse. He's coming up around the bend.
Got to get ballot access in more states.
Listen, okay.
I don't want to get everybody's hopes up.
Okay,
you don't have ballot access in all states.
Okay, stop. Don't do this right now. Listen, I got to rethink my strategy because he just threw that fucking ugly ass curveball for no reason.
Stupid ass RFK don't even have
RFK
ballot access in all states.
He's apparently does.
He has ballot access in all 50 states.
Apparently.
That's some bullshit. If he got ballot access in all 50 states,
ask yourself this
Cornell West don't have ballot access in all 50 states.
Ask yourself this winning question: how the fuck he come here and nobody know, and he raised like $2 million? Just ask yourself that question.
Somebody did.
Okay, when nobody knows the second time, not the first time when he did that disrespectful shit to our sister Ricky Dillon. The second time when I went to go look for him.
At the Stanley.
Right.
That was.
That shit was right down the street.
It was announced on social media.
Listen, that shit was right down the street. They said I skimmed it. I got a problem with skimming, right?
I got his damn book. I still ain't read it.
They said RFK Jr. was down the street from my crib, literally, right down the street from my crib. So I hopped in my little whip and I was scooting down to the street. Couldn't find not a nail piece of him. And it was during the daytime when all the white folk were out. I was looking. Trust me, I was looking. We can't find that missing fucking that fucking raspy ass fucking mafioso looking ass dude if I wanted to. Don't he look like without him talking? Doesn't he look like he could be in a fucking old ass Goodfellow movie?
Yeah.
Hear it, and then don't let him talk. Just let him sit there.
He don't need to talk. Him talking is worse than the jump and biting combined.
It's do it, man. It's like he's I don't know what's wrong with him. Who cares? Okay.
He obviously got chronic emphysema.
No. What's wrong with him?
His trachea is effed up.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Sweet baby black Jesus.
He's like one of those cigarette more like that.
Because he does not have a trachea hole.
That's how he sounds, though. It sounds like he has a trachea hole.
Who? Biden?
Yeah, wouldn't be a far stretch to say maybe he got kicked in the throat.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker could barely stand up, man. He could barely think, man.
Oh, he talking about 50 Jim Crow. We talking about RFK Jr.
Where we got kicked
talking about who?
RFK.
Who y'all talking about? Oh, RFK Jr. Yeah, he's all fucked up as well too, man.
Look like he could be in like Goodfellas, sitting in the back, you know. For real, like there's one interview where he's just sitting there chilling, waiting for them to finish their question. He's not saying
we're gonna have them, and then no reparations and all that, man. Yeah, man, sound like dude, man. His ass is too old too.
reaffirming what you say.
Yeah, his ass is too old too.
Okay, like
we're waiting to hear from Shabaka too.
Shabaka.
What is your take on the not the dump? It's Glitching Joe.
Glitching Joe, RFK Jr.
Got fucking some kind of old fella disease. He's an old fella.
An Alzheimer's.
It's called dementia, Lady J. When you get old, you're gonna have memory lapses because I'm suffering from the shit myself. You know what I'm saying? Being an old bastard, you know. So this is why I'm writing a lot of shit down.
I don't like
and then I'm clearing.
He's in denial. His party's in denial.
He's what, 80 something?
82. He'll be 82.
If he had dementia
in November.
If he had dementia, because he'd be whooping on somebody and fighting and shit. He'd be doing what?
Jim Crow.
He's not. He's just old and he's fucking tired.
He'll be 82 in November.
He's old. Look, trust me. I got plenty of family that has dementia. I can tell you straight up. And he's
beyond dementia.
He'd be doing some tussling on the way to the podium.
He's easily in stage 1 or 2 of Alzheimer's.
No, that dude is definitely in stage 2, knocking on the door of stage 3.
Real shit. I'm telling you the truth. They fucking don't know where they're at. They fight and they have fucking
I know. I've been around people that had dementia and Alzheimer's.
Tussling to the podium. Like, get off me. I don't know who you are. Who's over? Stranger danger. Some shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but the trip is though, Lady Che, is that with either one of these bastards, RFK Jr. included, you know, they ain't gonna do shit for us. The only man who would do something for black folks if he was the president of the United States is that man sitting right there, Jesse Paris. You see what I'm saying?
Wait for this.
Good Lord.
Because if you're in Denver, in Colorado,
just run for house seat. Like, you can't do it the whole
and then also too,
watch the whole documentary about how black economics and money.
I remember Pops was president.
Okay, and then also too, folks, I'm putting it out there.
You got several good ass ideas. Nobody wants to listen to it though.
Okay, is that after July, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is going to be needing some severe donations.
All these donations, the whole Frontline campaign need donations.
Yeah, our whole platform needs some donations, you know, badly.
That's why this happened. Look, that's why this happened. Okay? We would not be here right now. We would be at the dollhouse doing this show on day 2. But without any issues. That's why this happened. The Titanic was sinking, and he said it. Shabaka said it for like a whole month. But it's okay.
Yeah, we are definitely taking on water.
No warning to come out of it. Okay, just say, yeah, I'll bring you out of it. Shh.
And then also, too, glad you brought up the Titanic, too, Lady Che. Do you know that about...
Sleepy Joe.
Let it go, cuz. Move to the next one.
Okay.
Right, go ahead.
What Professor Black Truth said. He said that he was speaking nothing but the truth, and there was something else. I have to finish. That's why he's Professor Black Truth. I gotta finish the damn clip.
Yeah, because I think the professor, you know, is definitely holding a PhD degree, if not 2 of them.
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
You're like a villain.
I just play devil's advocate.
No, you don't.
Now, when you all look at this motherfucker right here,
hey,
you can see it for a minute. Look at it.
Straight.
Senile.
What do you call it?
Bugged out.
Candidate for reptilian.
Reptilian.
Straight candidate for lizard people on the low.
Mm-hmm.
Straight candidate, not viable for AI, but viable for reptilian.
I wouldn't rule out AI either. You didn't see that.
I didn't say that. I just said that.
You didn't see that real.
No, because I said non-viable from AI. Non-viable, not N-O-T-N-O-N.
Meaning he's not part of AI.
Not. No, hell nah. He's like more on the, like, couple of layers and peel him off. He's going to be fucking green with a tail.
So he's still non-human.
Reptilian, not the kind
and then, and quite naturally, of course, you know, the reptilians, although the Democrats and the reptilians are 2 sides of the same coin, Kamala
So water?
Okay.
No.
No, because what?
Shabaka,
What am I even sitting here? Just
Yes,
I
sir.
seen a video somewhere on YouTube
don't tell him about it. Don't tell him about it. Just move forward.
where Hillary Clinton
That's a conversation for the internet when it's working right.
is spitting lizards into a cup.
Jesse, Jesus Christ.
Doesn't make or break an election. The truth of the matter is he still needs some votes from them anyway. He can't really afford for them to be running out. So while the joke is on them because there's not enough for them to win even one primary, for the Democrats, the problem is that there's no way around Kamala Harris, at least not one that doesn't involve her also having to resign the presidency the moment that she gets it. Putting Joe Biden on the ticket 4 years ago was a reckless gamble by the Democrats because he was already having severe cognitive problems that were apparent as early as the second term of the Obama administration. You see, the white media loves to cover for certain folks, especially white politicians and such. If he was black, they would have been already calling him over the hill, senile. They would have said, oh, this guy should have been out of politics a long time ago. But, you know, he's got the complexion for the protection. So all of his stupid stuff and his ramblings, and clearly this guy was absent-minded, they just called it gaffes. Oh, well, Joe Biden, he's a gaffe machine. No, he wasn't a gaffe machine. The man was going through the outer stages of senility. That was the real reason for all the stupid stuff that Biden said. That and, of course, his inherent racism. But the fact that this man was not able to actually express himself, that wasn't because he was inartful. It's because of the fact that the man's mind was already going then. His gray matter was already turning to mush. Remember, there's a reason that the Democrats passed over Biden for Hillary in 2016. There's a reason why they said, well, naturally the vice president would be the next one in line to pursue the presidency because he's already in the White House and he's got the power of incumbency behind him. But the problem was Biden was already understood back in 2016 to be way too old to be running for president. People already looked at the numbers and said, forget it, you can't run Biden, that's for sure. And the Democrats, being the Democrats, they didn't bother to cultivate a field of contenders like the Republicans do. So when 2020 came around, they were desperate to get somebody on that ballot who had some name recognition, and Biden was pretty much the only game in town. Now, had he run against anyone other than Trump, he would have lost, like he did all those other abortive attempts he made at being president. And keep in mind, even then, were it not for COVID, he would have lost. But Biden beat the odds and he managed to win. And when he did, the Democrats should have been eyeing an exit strategy to have him resign no later than mid-2022. But that brings us back to the real problem, doesn't it? What do you do about Kamala Harris then? Once Biden has gone ahead and said, I think I'm going to go golfing. When he inevitably goes face down in a bowl of his own oatmeal, what are you going to do about Kamala Harris? Because you don't want to pass the keys to the White House over to her. Getting rid of Biden means Kamala automatically assumes the presidency. And when she does, how do you remove her before the 2024 election? I keep hammering that point because that's something the white media is not telling you, and that's the entire problem. That's the real problem. Now, Gavin Newsom has been spending years trying to position himself for a presidential run. That's the reason why he had that little spitball fight going with Ron DeSantis. It was obvious to everybody that he wasn't going to go the distance. But even so, Gavin Newsom's 1,000-watt smile, his perfectly coiffed hairdo, and his professional BS artist routine won't make leapfrogging Kamala Harris look like anything other than a dysfunctional political party. The Democrats were hoping to themselves that if they just have the proper handlers and if they just keep Biden out of sight for the most part and don't let him do too many public appearances, maybe they'll be able to slither their way past the election. And there's certainly precedent for it from the Democrats. They did it with FDR, but FDR's problem was that he was physically crippled by polio. The problem wasn't that the man's mind was crippled, just his body. Biden doesn't have that going for him. See, with FDR, you could go ahead and limit his public appearances to being driven around town, chauffeured from place to place. And you could also do a lot of quote unquote fireside chats because you ain't getting in front of the camera too often. You can get away with that for Roosevelt, just have the man do radio instead of TV. That won't work with Biden. And yet, even now, even with the man circling the toilet bowl, even with his would-be campaign for re-election crashing and crumbling down around his ears, even with the Democratic hierarchy and their well-wishers in the white media running for cover and panicking in their boots, Biden is still not coming to the black base of the party and saying, here's what I'm going to do for you. Even now, neither he nor any of these pundits dare say that. Even now. Democracy's on the ballot. Oh my God, Biden, he's crazy as hell, or at least he's senile beyond words. Yeah, but they're not coming to black voters and saying we got to shore up that black support. As far as they're concerned, that's not an option. So if coming to the black vote with tangibles is not an option for them, Why the hell should voting for Biden be an option for us? So his cognitive decline has presented the Democrats with a huge problem, one that presents no good options. The only way that Biden can actually win this fight, or at least put the odds in his favor, is if he's already got a constituency who are rock solid behind him and they don't care about his age or even his cognitive ability because it's irrelevant. How do you have a constituency like that? Well, just ask the donor class. You know, the big money donors, the people who make those huge contributions. See, they don't care if Biden or any of those politicians are senile. In fact, they actually prefer that these people be old and over the hill and half crazy, because that makes them easier to handle. It means that after these people hand over the national treasury to the 1%, these guys will have forgotten that they even did it 5 minutes from now. See, that's a constituency that's going to go ahead and support them no matter what, because being mentally impaired is actually a good thing for them. This is what Biden and the Democrats should have been spending the last 4 years doing where black voters are concerned, the party base. You go ahead and make sure that those people are taken care of. Then it wouldn't matter if Biden is half crippled and crazy. They'd say, well, you know what? He's going to keep doing right by us. And as far as we're concerned, as long as this man understands what side his bread's buttered on, it doesn't matter. They'll be saying that Trump is the one who's crazy. Trump's the one who's mentally unfit. That's politics in the real world. And for too long, the Democrats have been trying to create their own little bubble and furnish that bubble with all kinds of self-aggrandizing media fantasies. But that bubble got popped in front of the whole world. Biden's would-be boosters and supporters, the people who were saying, what, him worry? All of those people who are putting forward one line of rhetoric after the next to dismiss the reality, here they are quaking in their boots, running for cover, going, oh my God, it's worse than we thought. You know, I've been wondering where all the Biden bots are at now. The people who are saying vote for Biden no matter what. Yeah, these people, they're also in hiding more than Biden's been. These are the fools who go lurking in the comment section, thinking that they're being sneaky, kind of slipping all sorts of garbage, saying, you have to invest in this election. Too many people done died. Yeah, and Biden and the Democrats sat on their hands and let these people get killed. Well, it's our duty to care about the outcome. Democracy is on the ballot. We have to make a choice. Well, you take a look at this debate before.
Man, what is
you got crazy and corrupt? What kind of choice is that? And that being the case, I think it's safe to say now that the only ones whose mental and cognitive health is worse than Biden's are the people who decided to blindly follow him. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Lisa Taylor, Charles Reed, Jerome Simmons, Stephen 12, and Dondi Waddell. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black and
let it known that they.
Okay. All right. So what it is, though, man, is this. Do you remember the movie? Okay, what was that movie, man, with Giancarlo? Was Eddie Murphy in it? No, it was Giancarlo, Larry Fishburne, Spike Lee, and Tisha Campbell, called School Days, I think it was.
Yes, I remember School Days.
Okay, and you remember the part when Giancarlo Esposito, who's a damn good actor, by the way, got up there and said that he is a Greek.
Yeah.
Remember that part? Yeah. I don't know who he was debating with, but the motherfucker gets up there and says that he is a Greek. Man, you might as well go put on some damn clown makeup and get you a rubber nose, man, with that Bozo the Clown stupid ass shit. Okay, now.
How many single family house?
Man, fuck you and your commercial, man. Fuck that bullshit you talking. Like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News, trick. You know what I'm saying? On that, talking and looking at this bullshit.
Okay,
yeah, Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on the biggest house nigga on the plantation for the Democrats, Jimbo Jangles, Clyburn. Clyburn is wants older people, such as yourself, Shabaka, to speak some sense into younger black voters.
Okay, the sense I'm going to beat into you younger black voters is stay black, stay dangerous, build your own economical base, and fuck this goddamn election because it's a bunch of bullshit. And I've witnessed every fucking presidential election since 1964. They can kiss my ass. Build some black businesses.
Witnessed everyone since 1990.
Yep, and then also two people for you tethers. up there on the continent of Africa, to quote Brother Che, and please let me know if I'm saying it right, Brother Che. Okay. As that you damn tethers or you neo-colonialists over there in Africa, you motherfuckers is worse than the Ku Klux Klan. Because you're going to sit up there and you're going to let these motherfucking white folks bullshit you that when you come to this goddamn country, oh, don't have nothing to do with black people in America. Don't have nothing to do with black people in America. Motherfucker, don't you realize that we got to hook up because our whole goddamn survival is dependent on our unity throughout the whole diaspora? I say, because you can go fuck with them Greeks all you want to, okay? And you know what them Greeks is about. Why the fuck do you think when the word gymnasium came up? Okay, now get this here, Brother Che. When they came up with gymnasium, you all didn't even want women in the gymnasium. Shit, that's the main gymnasium to be in.
Right.
Yeah, when them females get to
date on the main overseer of the Democratic Party, Jimbo
Clyburn. Oh yeah, Bojangles, yeah. Yeah, Jimbo Jangles, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way,
Clyburn, he is not happy with a lot of you who are out of his age group or considered younger people. Of course, the 65 plus crowd is more so his people. Even people you can say who are even just maybe they're saying past 55 or leaning toward what Clyburn is thinking. So he's more so speaking about that group that's 18 to under 50. That's the group he's speaking to. More so the Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z. I know you got some people who are, maybe barely over 50 that's in Gen X, but that's most of who he's about to talk to. So if you see on the screen, Clyburn is saying here, older black voters need to talk some sense into Trump-inclined children. Boy, Clyburn is not happy with a lot of you right now. So let's get into that. So Clyburn is urging black elders to tell the young black voters to cast their ballots for President Biden in November. Clyburn, did you see the debate, sir? Did you see this man bumbling over his words? Did you see this man look like he was about to trip and fall? Like, come on. Aside from what he has been doing while he's in office and the younger voters are suffering, but let's continue. Clyburn is the Biden campaign's 2024 co-chair, has said that older black Americans should try to talk some sense into their children. So I guess we ain't got no sense.
Yeah.
Our grandmothers, our aunties, and uncles got to talk some sense into all of us. Okay. Clyburn's comments come as polls show Biden struggling with younger black voters, and as a growing number of black men indicated they may support former President Trump.
Motherfucker.
That's right, Shabaka. So let's break down the generations after you.
Yes, sir. And that's my advice is to the generations after me.
Yes. So let's
build up your own infrastructures, okay? Business-wise, banking-wise. Stay on these crackers' helmets for the reparations. You see what I'm saying? So Joe Gibson's and ass scratchers like Pianki and all that, turn your back on the motherfuckers because arguing with them idiots, man, you're whooping a dead horse. So build up the infrastructures, control some of this artificial intelligence, and you need a checks and balances on this artificial intelligence is because the bullshit that I'm seeing up here of some damn video that I saw where a dude is up there dressed up like Jesus Christ, singing like a girl and what have you, and wearing ladies' fingernails and that's all that old type of shit. He fucked up. Brother Paris, you all's generation is fucked up and it's bad. It's contaminated. You know what I'm saying? Real bad.
So you got the generations after you, Shabaka, because you're a boomer. You're a baby boomer. So you're a World War II.
And my advice is to control our own businesses, trade with one another, acquire the 4 factors of production, which is land, labor, and capital, and risk management. Like what we're doing here at Front Line Blacc News, we do all 3, okay? because we do risk management, putting our money off into it. We're taking on water. So we're in rough seas. So we're trying to say, hey, batten down the hatches, full steam, full sails, or whatever, full ahead. Okay. First thing you got to stop doing, Black family, is fuck BET and its ass. BET is not Black owned. BET is owned by Paramount. Okay. And that's why Robert Johnson, who sold BET, and his Black ass thought that he was going to go up there and buy United Airlines. Them crackers looked at him and said, boy, we don't need no janitorial work in here, man. Get your ass up out of here.
Yeah, because my grandfather was born in 45. Yes. So
he's so wait a minute.
So it was from 45 to 65.
Yeah, so he's 14 years older than me. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's another thing too. And another thing too, for all you Black soldiers out there, okay, what you brothers need to do is go up here, go to our youth who are responsible, and teach them military tactics to defend themselves, is because these goddamn migrants is coming. These white supremacists is coming. They coming full steam ahead. You said, there you go. Yeah, that crew. Yes, sir. That crew right there, the Ku Klux Klan. Yes, sir. That is a fact. Okay. And I'm tired of each time I get in my fucking vehicle that one of these race soldiers pull up. What is he gonna do? He gonna kill a nigga today? He run a license plate and see is it registered to that arrogant Black bastard Shabaka Sankara? Oh, that nigga? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. You got two clowns up there that they want you to choose from. And keep in mind,
Bo Jangles is running interference for one of them. So we're gonna get to that.
And then keep in mind about the clowns, people. Clowns, everybody think they're jovial and funny, but clowns are actually very, very evil.
Yeah, that's why they had a movie called Killer Clowns from Outer Space. But Shabaka, it goes deeper than that. The first mention shows they portrayed themselves as clowns. And
you're talking about the minstrels?
Mm-hmm. The first
Al Jolson. Yeah.
And the circus and shit. The minstrels. The minstrel shows. Jim Crow started off as a joke. As well. Yeah. They used to do that to make fun of Black people because.
The Jigaboo movies. Yeah, you talking about the Jigaboo movies.
Unfortunately, after slavery.
And
they used to paint themselves Black.
Right.
Exaggerated lips and noses or whatever on themselves. Draw them on.
Blackface.
Portray us. Yes, blackface.
Yeah, blackface. Al Jolson and all that old type of shit. Al Jolson singing Mammy up there and whatnot. And then we had that Amos and Andy.
I remember watching as a kid, like, oh my God, why are we watching this? Oh my God.
And another character
in the hell with
what
was his damn name, Shabaka? The motherfucker that came up with Birth of a Nation.
Oh, that's D.W. Griffith.
D.W. Griffith, yeah.
The world's largest municipal park is in the city of Los Angeles, called Griffith Park, and it's named after that bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's named after that no good bastard. And then the derogatory shit that he showed, Black folks sitting in the U.S. Congress barefooted, eating watermelon and chicken and all that old type of shit. So this is why, Brother Che, glad you brought that up. This is why I feel the way I do. Toward Hollywood, and plus towards the U.S. Congress as itself. Okay, just like I was arguing with your boy Sarge.
We don't have time for that. We don't have time for that, Shabaka. Unfortunately, I got to get this clip out while the internet is allowing me to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Going on, taking it to the next phase, so they don't, pull a plug on us again.
Come November, Young black voters are specifically disappointed in the administration's response to the war in Gaza. It said, meanwhile, concerns over the economy, criminal justice reform, and voting rights are also a top of the mind concerns for black voters more broadly. But Clyburn appeared shocked by the notion that any black voter will support Trump, who recently claimed that he has done more for black people than anyone else, he said, except possibly President Lincoln. He said, if you believe that, your parents should have sent their mule to school and kept you at home, said Clyburn. He added that if black voters do throw their support behind Trump in November, the former president will undoubtedly win. Yes, we know that. This is why they're, they putting out the Onyx Impact put out the report about black online disinformation because, people just lie, and it's a lie to me, saying that we're doing disinformation online. And no. People, let me tell you something why Biden is losing, Clyburn. If you're listening, because I know you're listening. So Clyburn, listen. The reason why Biden is losing, set aside what we saw last night. Biden is losing because of kitchen table issues. What are kitchen table issues? Food prices, gas prices, extremely high insurance prices, where there's health insurance, car insurance, etc. Right?
Yeah, motherfucker.
Rent prices,
up the price on
the prices of vehicles, inflation, high interest rates, so people can't afford to buy homes, kitchen table issues. Yeah. That's what's killing the younger people in the area of their finance, and they're paying more attention to that. And the younger people remember, man, during Trump, we didn't have these problems because Trump wasn't a president 12 years ago. He was president 4 years ago. That's not that long ago. And people want that Trump economy back. That's really what it is. Now, he continued to say, hey, we may be back into Jim Crow again. Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
You're so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this.
Man, fuck your goddamn commercial. Get your ass off our
Jim
goddamn
Crow.
station.
Yes. Donald Trump is going to put us back in Jim Crow. Like, bro, that doesn't work, Clyburn. Clyburn, you can say that all day long about Trump. It's not working. So let's continue. It say Clyburn said younger voters, it said, may be enamored with Trump, in part because older black Americans have not spoke about what they endured before and during the civil rights movement. Yes, they have. My grandmother and grandfather told me exactly what they went through. They told me from one aspect to the next. You understand what I'm saying? I know exactly what my family went through during the civil rights movement. Why you act like we don't know? Like we don't talk to our family. I still talk to older brothers and sisters when I meet them in the street and ask them questions about what was going on during Jim Crow, what happened during segregation, and different things like that, right? So I could learn to help me, be a better commentator on these issues. I'm constantly trying to learn. So we are talking to the elders in our community. And a lot of the elders in our community, a lot of them have said, you know what? We really thought, that this was the way to go, but we seeing that it didn't work. So you young people are doing something different.
That's
older people saying that. Now let's continue. He said, I know what I had to go through. I know what I saw my parents go through. He said he added the indignities. He said that my mother and father, he said, had to endure so I could be where I'm at today. It need to be shared with the younger generation. He said, if I see and hear from a candidate that they want to go bring those indignities back to the process, I've got an obligation to sit with these children of mine and say, what the hell are you thinking about? Okay, Clyburn.
And I got an obligation to say that Jim Clyburn
once again,
ain't
you
shit.
think these young people would allow any candidate to reinstitute Jim Crow? It'd be Kenya over here right now. I promise you that. It'll be, please. But see, the reason why Clyburn cannot talk to young people. Let me play Clyburn's greatest hits real quick to remind you why Clyburn cannot speak to no younger black voters whatsoever. Let's cue that up.
If you wait on cash payments to come out of reparations, you're going to wait forever. It's not going to happen. So what you got to do, let me talk. Don't put that in my face.
Why are you touching me?
Okay, all right. I'm going to leave you alone.
Cut the check. Tell Nancy Pelosi to cut the check.
Yeah.
You do that for me?
She's the treasurer.
Cut the check. Somebody better cut the check.
I'm doing well. Listen, I gotta go, but I appreciate the fist fight and everything. I did want to ask though. Reparations is a big thing.
Look, reparations is big with me. I'm not
Reparations is the thing.
I'm the only one doing the deal.
Generations after me. Don't listen to this stupid ass scratching house nigga right here. Because that's all what the fuck he is a house nigga.
I've been doing it for 20 years, 30 years. It's been around for 30 years.
I got plenty and nothing's plenty for me to fuck this Uncle Remus motherfucker.
Period. Reparations all in that name. I need to learn what reparations is. Y'all keep talking about a word. It means to repair.
And keep in mind, with him being my own, I appreciate what he went through in the civil rights movement, but the man is either too goddamn old or he's too fucking senile to realize that shit did not work.
You get our support. We've been dedicated for a very long time.
Will you listen? Okay. If you are
Clyburn, you ain't saying nothing worth listening to, Trick. You ain't saying a goddamn thing worth listening to. That's the problem. He ain't saying shit worth listening to.
That's not the problem. You're talking about the law. You're talking about the law. You're talking about my wife.
Really, Mac 285, man, and it's really sad, Mac 285, because see, if anything, what this old bastard ought to be saying, man, and I can call him that because I'm an old bastard too, the motherfucker's older than me, is that go out here, build up some businesses, as Dr. Claude Anderson had stated, go out here, get our own banking situation going on, and I did put up there in the chat, Brother Che, the current prime lender interest rate is at 8.5%.
Yeah.
So therefore, the interest rate that you should be paying
why
on
he talked to
anything is no more than 20%.
younger black voters. He can't. He is standing in the way. He don't support it. Remember, he said, "Hell no, you're not gonna get it." So he can't. This is what he told other people who were in his age group to talk to your grandchildren, your nieces and nephews. He can't do it. He has no credibility with younger black voters. See, we like to let people know and show people why. We don't just like to say things about people here. So Clyburn, if they vote for Trump, at this point, if they choose the couch, at this point, what really do they got to fall? Because you've been in Congress for, sir, you have done that. So with that being said, this is when you turn your back on Black America and you sit up here and embrace the Democrats and embrace their policies and their ways. And we know the Democrat policy is not to make the Black American whole. We know this. The Democrats is about everybody else but Black America.
Right.
You understand? And we see that based on y'all policies and what y'all push, you protect, who you promote. That's exactly, that's all it is to it. So see what happens when you don't make Black America the priority. Listen, you could do for everybody. I have no problem with you doing for everybody. Most Black Americans don't have a problem with y'all doing for everybody.
I do.
But when y'all say for everybody, it never includes Black Americans. And then when Black Americans say you didn't do nothing specifically for us, you tell us functions of government is for us, right? You say, well, I made sure internet was in rural areas when most Black people live in rural areas too much anyway. Maybe a few of us in the country, but not many. Okay, but that's a function of government. We pay taxes for you to take care of infrastructure. Internet's part of infrastructure. Well, we're going to upgrade the airports with the infrastructure bill. Once again, that's a function of government to make sure our airports are right. How are you going to say that's for us when everybody and their mama use the airport? That's not for us. And that's not for us specifically. You understand what I'm saying? So you fix the power line. Well, I fixed the power lines and that benefit black people. You have lights at your house. Well, everybody's lights gonna be on that's in that coverage area. That's a function of government. Stop trying to tell us a function of government is for black people. No, you know how you do it? Just like this. See, when you do something specifically for a group of people, this is what it looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looks like right there. See, he did when he signed this bill, it wasn't for everybody. It wasn't a function of government. It was specific to Asian Americans. And that's what we're talking about. Specific for black Americans. To try to gaslight you to say they doing something for black people. You say we need the same thing done for us like the Asian American community. It's just that simple. We need our anti-black hate crime bill. You could have added us to that bill if you wanted to, and it'd been fine. We've been cool with that. No issue, no problem. But you don't want black Americans to be protected the moment we get that kind of protection in this country. And you surely don't want mass incarceration of folks. So Clyburn, that's you blowing high at this point. Nobody's paying attention to you. You have no standing with younger black voters. You just don't, because you, sir, with your greatest hits that we played earlier, I think Biden picked the wrong person to be on his campaign. Because
family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Before we begin, I want to give a mention to Sister Lisa Cabrera. There's not many people who I actually listen to on the internet, and she's
take on this. But what was your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just said, Uncle Shiraki?
Okay, what it is, Brother Che, you know, what I could do to pass on to the next generations that I've been doing for the last 8 years is to build up our own business infrastructures and do not patronize these other groups' businesses coming into our community. Okay, because if black people boycotted these other groups' businesses in the black community for 1 year, that motherfucker will have no choice except to shut down. Now, the intelligent thing to do is that we got to get some of our people who are responsible in black businesses, okay, to hire our own people, go the extra fucking mile. You see what I'm saying? Because now, and another thing to the black consumer, you go off into the white man's business, the Asian man's business, the Korean man's business, and he sit up there and overcharge your ass, and you sit there and skin and grin and dig in your pocket, man, dig into your rent money, your food money, or whatever, to pay this motherfucker what he's telling. But when a black-owned business is up there and they got their prices up there, you tell the brother, well, man, can I get it for... Well, hey, man, that's too much. Well, hey, brother, can you just give it to me? Because I've been in businesses and I've had black customers come up there, you know, with that bullshit with me as well, too. No, man, I can't give it to you. Say, then they want to get ignorant with you. Then, man, you know, you supposed to give it to the community. Man, I ain't giving your crackhead ass shit, okay? You see what I mean? You know, you come in a goddamn store, showing a crack of your ass. You see what I'm saying? So we definitely have got to have some improvement between the black consumer and the black businessman. Because these other motherfuckers come into your community, just like they're in the city of Oakland. I'm going up there to get me some gas over there in East Oakland. Motherfucker foreigner who owns the store, hey, my brother. And I look at him, I said, say, motherfucker, how are we brothers? You ain't black, so how is we brothers? And then also, too, do you know why we call each other brother?
Didn't it come up the Vietnam War? Didn't the Dallas come out of the Vietnam War?
Oh, okay. Well, during the Vietnam conflict, yeah, you know, you did have some black solidarity with the black soldiers. And Dr. King, that was one of the things that he was going to mention before he was assassinated. Why is there such a disproportionate amount of black soldiers on the front line in Vietnam as opposed to the white boy soldiers? Because remember, Black people never declared war on North Vietnam. The U.S. Congress never declared war on North Vietnam.
Because Vietnam was actually two countries.
Yeah, exactly. And what's happening is that North Vietnam, off of recent research that I did, is starting to hook up with North Korea and people. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's fast approaching. It's definitely beyond.
Right. You see. So what it is that now, correct me if I'm wrong, is that all you tethers, if I'm saying it correctly, Brother Che, correct me if I'm wrong, on the continent of Africa, you motherfuckers better come together like a fist.
Well, they should have did that in Xania. Instead, they let Malima's party lose their majority.
Yeah, man. Now that's the part there that really hurt me on that there, Brother Che, is what they did to Julius Malema. Because Julius Malema is saying there's one Africa, man, period. And Malema was reaching out to the diaspora. But then here come ass scratches, Clyburn. I would have recognized the child. I sure do love you. You the Bob.
I don't. Well, with him, yes, he would be saying that, but not with Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman was saying that, like Smokey Robinson was saying it, like Cameron was saying it, like Floyd Mayweather was saying it.
Okay, well, like I said, any one of them motherfuckers you just mentioned there, sir, are welcome to take their black asses over there to the city of Los Angeles, go in the 77th Division. Yeah. Yes, and just walk down the street. And walk down the street and watch how fast trash pulls your ass over.
They don't delineate the race soldiers. Yeah, the race soldiers, especially the lab dogs, they don't delineate. The foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery freedmen are delineating because there's too many damn tethers in the diaspora. They're trying to tether off the market. It's just not gonna have it no more.
Tethered. Man, you bust me up each time you say that word tethered. Because you know when you, that's what goes through my mind.
Yeah. Just like
that's what goes through my mind, man. When you say tethers, the first thing that comes to my mind is a little kid on the schoolyard playing tetherball. Tethered.
Yeah, like tetherball, just like that.
Oh yeah, but however, though, I used to get great pleasure out of hitting that motherfucker. So maybe we need to hit some.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we all did. At the end of the day, Sprocket, that's where it comes from. The tethers, at least not for us. They had nothing to do with none of this, but they want to reap the benefits and the reward. No.
Okay, and then
put it on those flags down. What's the last time you seen a foreign flag, Sprocket? Because remember, Rose used to make them all pictures and all of that stuff. You don't see too much of that no more.
What's that?
The tethers displaying their colonizers' flag.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. But then again, Brother Che, now I hate to say this here, brother. I'm not gonna say I checkmated you, okay? But anytime I see a black person sitting up there displaying an American flag, man, you would have to say the same thing too.
No, you can't. You can't say that because it was a black person that knitted the first American flag, Grace Swisher.
Okay, and then Betsy Ross just went and plagiarized their shit.
Yeah, because she was a slave. Of course she was gonna do that.
Okay, right, because because hold on, Brother Chater. Now here's some here to prove your point. Okay, because all the intellectual property and physical property, including the slave itself, belong to the slave master. Yes, sir, that is a fact. Okay. That is a fact. That's what I try to tell old crazy Sarge.
We can't get into too much debate until we get the internet together. I'm just stuttering like Roly Poly and Sleepy Joe. But Clyburn. So Clyburn is running interference, like we said, and we want to hear from the good professor on what he thought about the whole situation. Clyburn saying it was toxicity to young voters. And then we're going to get into why there is a generational divide going on within the Black community in regards to politics.
Right. Okay.
they took down Mr. Harvey. Showing that too.
Today, I'll be giving my view. Politico, a white media publication, has a fraudulent headline. Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, saved Biden's campaign in 2020. They actually have the nerve to put that in print. Actually, Clyburn was attacking and insulting the people who actually did save Biden's worthless behind.
This foolishness about
Okay, you're getting a lot of telemetry there in your background there, Brother Check.
Yeah, we were getting a good run and start acting stupid again.
Yeah.
So please
no, it's because, and then keep in mind though too, Brother Che, there's that I've noticed that there's a definite correlation between the message of what we're saying and the internet fucking up.
Well, I've been hearing like for the past 2 days the internet been acting up on so many other content creators, and they took one of my brother's channels down, Mr. Harvey, Your World. They took his channel down.
Okay.
The shadow.
It's because when because when I was speaking to Dynamite earlier this evening, man, we were on a conference call with another brother, and he was saying is that they kill your monetization, man, if you're not if you start speaking about, you know, harsh truths about what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So as long as you're up there supporting
we've seen that with a few of our local content creators that we know. They had that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Too. Yes, sir, absolutely. You know what I mean? And then also too, man, I noticed is that they also are putting a limit on Brother Aleem's post as well too. You know what I mean? Because Brother Aleem,
they're not delineating. They're not delineating. They're hitting all of us. About every black content creator that I know, their channels are being taken down, shadow banned, being blocked, deleted.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
Until we have our own YouTube, this is what we have to deal with.
Right, and then Brother had enlightened me too, as and I think this brother was out of California as well too. Is that he's saying is that they?
So nobody tries to do that. It's negative. We need our own negative.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as Sister Trisha was saying, is that there's this brother who's got this platform called Blaccs that we need to check him out. You say, and I suggested to Sister Trish. Yeah. So we need to check Blaccs out. You know what I mean? And then also too, just like when they had Black Planet, because I think they took Black Planet down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then
I heard recently they put it back up. But I can't remember.
So that's what. Yeah. So what we need to do is that we need to move en masse. And then on top of it too, Brother Che, because I'm trying to think, man, when these motherfuckers quarterly reports come out for these corporations. All right, if we as black folk, you know, let your Facebook pages go dormant starting January the 1st of 2025, right? And what I mean by dormant, you know, check into it so you can keep it up until we move over to the Blaccs or what have you. And Sister Trish, you know, has knowledge on that. But, you know, Sister Trish has a very, very difficult schedule that she runs. Okay, Brother Che. Okay, Brother Che. I think what they just did on us, man, I think they just pulled the plug on us. Okay, brother Che, if you out there, man, I'll give you a call tomorrow. All right, okay, because I'm gonna leave the studio. Okay, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow. Okay, if you hear me there, brother Che. Okay, yeah, because I see I'm up here, I'm ghost talking right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shabaka Sankore for Front Line Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk. Okay, they fucking with our algorithms again, or algorithm. Okay, and so I'm signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, we lost it. Saw the video. The internet went out again. Try this one more time. Fuck this about this stuff on. Hold on again. Everybody get this minute. So, that's it.
Actually, Clyburn was attacking and insulting the people who actually did save Biden's worthless behind.
This foolishness about you got to be this progressive or that progressive. That phrase, defund the police, slogan there and destroys movements. Stop slogan there.
Stop sloganizing. Stop sloganizing. comfort food for racists. Young black voters are starting to
sloganeering destroys movements. Stop sloganeering.
Stop sloganizing. Has a fraudulent headline. Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, saved Biden's campaign in 2020. They actually have the nerve to put that in print. Actually, Clyburn was attacking and insulting the people who actually did save Biden's worthless behind.
This foolishness about you got to be this progressive or that progressive. That phrase, defund the police, cost Jamie Harrison tremendously.
If you could have a caucus meeting right now and you would or tell folks what they should do differently, given the losses that we have, what would you say to them?
Stop sloganeering. Sloganeering kills people. Stop sloganeering.
Stop sloganizing. Stop sloganizing. Sloganizing kills. No, supporting politicians who sit on their hands while black people are gunned down in the street by race soldiers. That's what kills. And that's what Clyburn's always done. This asinine narrative by the white media that this safe pet Negro somehow is the most important black politician in America. He's the most useful puppet that white power has in America, but he's hardly influential. Remember, James Clyburn put all of his little influence behind Jamie Harrison back in 2020. And although Biden and Raphael Warnock won handily due to black support, it was nigga Jim Clyburn's own handpicked flunky Jamie Harrison who lost his race. The only person who supported that clown was Jim Clyburn, and he lost. And who did Clyburn blame for that? The young black voters who were demanding that these domestic terrorist organizations call them to be funded. Now, if James Clyburn was so influential, why did his boy lose? It's because he's no kingmaker. But the white media has lies that they need to prop up, so here we go. And Politico's article has a sub-headline toward Trump. Okay, Captain Obvious, do you want us to give you a prize for that little bit of wisdom? That crap about black voters supposedly swinging towards Trump, that's been a white media lie for the lack of support from 2020. Black voters very quickly became soured on him when it was obvious he had pulled just another con game. Now, I in particular have been beating the drum nonstop against that white media rhetoric about black voters are turning to Trump because the white media is terrified to admit the truth. Black voters are turning their backs on Biden because he offered us nothing and he's done nothing for us. And here the white media is, years after the fact, acting like this old sharecropping bastard is revealing some sort of heretofore unknown truth about the black vote. Once again, family, if you're not following the black media, you'll always be the last to know. These stories you see from the white media are mostly the media equivalent of comfort food for racists. Young black voters are starting to sour the little hustle that the Jim Clyburns and Joe Bidens have had going, so they need to convince themselves that the house of cards the white power sits on isn't really being threatened by these young black voters. They have to convince themselves that their army of bootlicks can keep us under control. Whenever they see us pushing back, they start screaming that somebody has to stop these extremists on the left. Yeah, when you live under a system that's totally and completely corrupt and dirty, merely demanding an ounce of justice is extremism. Well, as Malcolm X said,
in any form of unjustified extremism. But I believe that when a man is exercising extremism, a human being is exercising extremism in defense of liberty for human beings, it's no violence. And when one is moderate for human beings, I say he's a sinner. The day that the black man takes an uncompromising step and realizes that he's within his rights, when his own freedom is being jeopardized to use any means, I don't think he'll be by himself. I honestly believe that the day that they do, many whites will have more respect for them and that there'll be more whites on their side than are now on their side with these little wishy-washy love thy enemy approach that they've been using up to now.
But Politico's not the only ones out here quaking in their boots. You got other publications like The Hill. They're posting pieces saying that James Clyburn's trying to get these young black voters in line, having these old Negroes talk to us. Black generation. This is the propaganda that the white media is carpet bombing us with, saying that Jim Clyburn's going.
Here we go to buffering. Not necessarily. I know what's happening there. I don't got no internet. Buffering.
Get these old heads to get us back in line. The Biden campaign co-chair believes black parents should be responsible for convincing black youth to vote for Biden. Well, I don't know how to break it to old nigga Jim Clyburn, but the black parents are no longer the black baby boomers. If you look at what Gen Z is doing, those are the children of Generation X. And the millennials, they ain't listening to the Jim Clyburns either. He's talking to the wrong black parents. But then again, when you're as behind the curve as their sharecropper, is it any surprise that he can't keep up? Jim Clyburn is part of the black baby boomers, and they have no credibility with anyone. You can't talk sense to somebody when you don't have any sense to begin with. This is that old plantation talk that he's doing. Don't worry, massa. I'll go talk them unruly field hands into going back and picking the cotton for you. Yeah, yes, massa. I'm your boy. James Clyburn's made an entire career out of using literal plantation politics to get black people to vote. And the crown jewel of this condescending politics that he likes to peddle has to be his infamous annual catfish cookout. I wish I was making that up. James Clyburn literally has a cookout to get black folks to vote. And apparently for a lot of those Negroes out there, where he lives at least, that's enough for them to go and do it. Those Negroes out there aren't demanding reparations for their vote. They're demanding a two-piece and fries. That is pathetic. But Clyburn's proud of that. He's proud of the fact that he can get high office for the cost of a lunch plate special at the local Greasy Spoon Diner. And this is what Clyburn's white paymasters are also doing, trying to get our vote without actually having to give us anything for it. This is why the black vote isn't respected. And that disrespect quickly turns into out-and-out abuse. Young black voters don't want to be like the young. That's how elders earn the respect. Decrepit, self-interested relics like Clyburn, they don't want to do anything for anyone but being young and growing up during the post-World War II economy, back when the U.S. had an unparalleled economic edge over the rest of the industrialized world, which had been bombed to hell during the war. America convinced itself that its economic might was solely due to the quality of its work and its goods. And while it's true that U.S. products and services were certainly of better quality 65 years ago than they are today, it's also true that as the rest of the world began to rebuild and eventually come back online again, the U.S. simultaneously began to see its economic position erode. This was the economic situation that black baby boomers grew up in. And by the end of the 1970s, the party was over. The baby boomers were in their 20s and 30s by then. Many of them were working at jobs made possible by the Civil Rights Act and other legislation. And they enjoyed all of these benefits during an economy that was far stronger than the one that Generation X and the millennials would grow into. See, the black baby boomers could afford to wear blinders, or at least not face up to the realities of the world. They had government jobs and token corporate jobs. Generation X, millennials, and Gen Zers, on the other hand, are under no such illusions. We're not about to have any senile failures lecture us on anything. And please tell me, who the hell is going to listen to Jim Clyburn? Even the Democrats don't listen to this clown. Clyburn says that these old heads like himself, they need to convince us to vote for Biden. By the way, did I tell you that Jim Clyburn is Joe Biden's campaign chair? Now, 4 years ago, when young black voters were making their demands to Clyburn known, he was the one who led the charge to insult them and tell them to shut up. And now here this moron is 4 years later, still thinking that he's in some sort of position to be barking out orders. See, there's that old age again, recycling the same failed moves. because white supremacy doesn't have any new plays in the playbook. They just keep doing the same thing, only more of it. And they depend on black people having bootlicks like Clyde. He listens to them. White power has set up its gang of safe, docile, obese constituency, or at least they're starting to, and that means big trouble for the Jim Clyburns of this world, because they're not going to be able to come along this time and recycle the old talking point orange.
Thanks, Max, for holding it down. We're back. Okay. We're gonna rewind this.
World, they had government jobs and token corporate jobs. Generation X, millennials, and Gen Zers, on the other hand, are under no such illusions. We're not about to have any senile failures lecture us on anything. And please tell me, who the hell is going to listen to Jim Clyburn? Even the Democrats don't listen to this clown. Clyburn says that these old heads like himself, they need to convince us to vote for Biden. By the way, did I tell you that Jim Clyburn is Joe Biden's campaign chair? Now, 4 years ago, when young black voters were making their demands to Clyburn known, he was the one who led the charge to insult them and tell them to shut up. And now here this moron is 4 years later, still thinking that he's in some sort of position to be barking out orders. See, there's that old age again. Joe Biden's not the only politician who's gone senile. They keep recycling the same failed moves because white supremacy doesn't have any new plays in the playbook. They just keep doing the same thing, only more of it. And they depend on Black people having short memories because too many of us do, or counting on us losing our resolve because too many of us do, or otherwise losing interest in holding our ground because history has shown that too many of us do. You have these white supremacists on the left who are conducting a joint chorus of complaint with their hand-picked Negro bootlicks like Clyburn, and then they wonder why nobody outside their circle of stupidity listens to them. White power has set up its gang of safe, docile, obedient Negroes who they know aren't going to question them or challenge them. They'll just sit there like a potted plant and nod their empty heads. Well, thanks to our efforts, more and more younger Black voters aren't. The young Black people today are acting like a serious constituency, or at least they're starting to, and that means big trouble for the Jim Clyburns of this world, because they're not going to be able to come along this time and recycle the old talking point, orange man bad. As I told you 4 years ago, that's a trick that they only get to pull one time. Now Clyburn says the problem is one of messaging. That's what he says. That's how you know this fool's completely and thoroughly out of touch. No, the problem isn't the message. The problem is one of substance. Biden isn't going to sloganize his way out of this one. They've done crap like get your booty to the polls and other garbage. They know that they can't send out losers like Clyburn to talk to us. The under 50 Black voters don't respect chumps like him, and they won't listen to him. And they won't listen to these hand-picked pork chop preachers either. So good luck trotting out the Al Sharptons or the Messy Jessies or any of these would-be heir apparents like William Barber or Michael Eric Dyson. The day of thinking all you got to do is have some pulpit pimp come out and shuck and jive for us and do their preacher man routine and the Negroes will predictably fall in line, that day is over. Hell, even if they did magically stumble upon a better message, it still wouldn't help them because Black people don't trust the messengers. The white media has spent the last decade now trying to manufacture their own safe, phony versions of the new Black media, hand-picked puppets who white power selects, and then tries to crown them as being the Black voice or Black leaders or whatever. And their strategy has failed because, as I've told you, white power can give you a platform, but what they can't give you is legitimacy. And speaking of illegitimate, whenever some fool talks about how the Democrats' problem is messaging, I can't help but remember how Roly-Poly Martin runs around saying that Democrats need to hire me to do the messaging for them because y'all don't know what Black folks want to hear. Well, he doesn't know either. This cable news cast-off has got the pulse of the young people, right? Well, how come his candidates keep losing? Yeah, Roly-Poly's a tool, all right, but he's the wrong tool for the job. Trying to bluff their way past us and use fear-mongering and other rhetorical tricks isn't proving to be effective this time around. The reason that the Black voters turning against Biden is because he already made it clear he's turned against us. We just had the latest example where the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre had their case rejected by the courts yet again for no reason. Biden said that he had Black people's backs 4 years ago, but he's been MIA on this one, and so is the rest of his administration. Now, when the police wanted to have legal immunity from denying people their Miranda rights, Biden personally sent his own Solicitor General to go to the Supreme Court to offer an amicus brief on behalf of the police to support the thugs in blue, so that they don't have to be sued whenever they deny people their Miranda rights. Kamala Harris went to the Edmund Pettus Bridge this year and used that as a platform for a PR stunt meant to pacify the anti-war left because they don't like Biden funding Israel's war machine. But she said absolutely nothing about the Tulsa Race Massacre victims or anything else meant to get us justice for the wrongs that we've endured. So Biden and his pals, they'll go to the mat for everyone else, including those who harm us. But for Black people, crickets. Biden's Justice Department has done nothing and said nothing to support the Black people whose civil rights were being unquestionably trampled on in Tulsa or anywhere else. And Biden doesn't dare say a word on the Tulsa Race Massacre's victims' behalf either, because he knows to do that would open the door to a conversation on reparations. And he's not about to do that. And you know who else won't dare do that either? Jim Clyburn, this shuffling, buck-dancing Mr. Jangles. If you thought that he was indignant at young Black people for demanding the police be punished, what do you think goes through that empty melon on his shoulders when you tell him he needs to publicly advocate for reparations? You had people like Brother Marcel who confronted James Clyburn directly on that, and James Clyburn started with the whataboutisms. And I ain't got time for this. And why y'all coming at me? Nah, he didn't say, you know what? I'm going to step up for reparations right now. He didn't even say, well, I've always stood for reparations. He said, why y'all coming at me? That's what he said. James Clyburn is a sock puppet for white power. He and his worthless daughter, who I've told you about, she was a commissioner on the FCC because of her father's influence. And then when she left the FCC, she immediately got put on the payroll of the very communications companies that she was allegedly regulating. But I'm sure that was just one big happy coincidence. Negroes like Jim Clyburn see themselves as a black overseer class for massa. He knows what his real job is, to show white power that he can keep the rest of us in line. Biden's refusal to publicly stand up for the Tulsa race massacre victims shows you precisely why young black people aren't supporting him today and shouldn't have supported him in 2020. The generation who endured the race massacres were the parents and grandparents of the black baby boomers, the Jim Clyburns, that is. And yet, if you're a black Gen Xer or younger, you don't hear these baby boomers talking about these genocides, do you? They were too busy trying to style and profile and looking for interracial sexual access. That's what they were doing in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. People like John Lewis and Jim Clyburn were looking to use the civil rights movement as a springboard to a career in politics for themselves so that they could finally get some of that sweet political campaign money that they had seen the white politicians getting. That's the reason that they wanted to get into politics so badly. The black baby boomers like Clyburn turned their backs on these genocides. They turned their backs on their own parents and grandparents. These old Negroes out here should be ashamed of that. They should be too ashamed to show their faces, much less run their mouths. They should have been the ones leading the charge to get justice for their parents and grandparents, but instead it fell to Generation X and the millennials to go back and remind this country of the crimes that it tried to bury. And Jim Clyburn thinks the young black voters are going to listen to these turncoat fossils like himself? Don't dream. This is what happens when you spend decades inside a white media bubble, where you have the white media pretending to fawn over you and claiming that you're the most influential black whatever in America. They give you a couple of token phony headlines claiming that you're so powerful. They put you on a few of their Sunday morning news shows, and before you know it, you start to believe their propaganda. But the black street knows better than that, and the black street never forgets. That's why Biden's black voter support has collapsed. Because there's a black media out here who's not letting black people forget about his broken promises and his lies. We're not letting it fall down the memory hole. Clyburn and the rest of these other bootlicks, they know exactly what we've been saying and why we're putting our foot down, but they don't dare actually talk about it because that would be political suicide for them. They can't deny what we're saying is true. So instead, they try to see if they can get away with empty rhetoric about how Biden's done things for black folks. Though you notice they can never tell you what these things are. And they claim that any complaints that we're making, well, that's just disinformation. See, the reality is Jim Clyburn is in grieving. He's grieving because he's looking down the barrel of the loss of his political power. And he knows that when white power is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. If he can't convince us to stay on the plantation, white power doesn't need him anymore, and he knows MSNBC is not going to offer him a weekend show. So he's already grieving the end of his power and privilege. And as we all know, denial is the first stage of grief, and he's heavy in the denial. He's trying to wish us away, claiming that we're just disinformation. Yeah, Joy Reid tried that one 4 years ago, calling us Russian bots. I guess they figured that they'd use that talking point again. See, they know a lot of black people are prone to believe conspiracy theories, largely because we have legitimately been the targets of so many conspiracies from the kind of people that Jim Clyburn likes to bump elbows with. So they're hoping that if they can sneakily infer that the black media is somehow part of a conspiracy, that will make some mushy-headed, gullible Negroes think that demanding something for our vote is also part of a conspiracy, when in reality, Jim Clyburn represents the 21st century COINTELPRO. The only one who can suppress the black vote are the Democrats. As long as they continue to offer us nothing, as long as they continue to ignore us, then there is no reason for us to turn out to vote, at least not for them. And what will they do without black votes? Well, in the case of Jim Clyburn, he'd be reduced to actually having to go and get a
Again,
we're not here to disrupt the status quo. We're here to dismantle politics.
Oh yeah, they kicked us out again. Sorry about that.
Man,
I'm trying to get to this damn clip. It's almost done. It's like 5 minutes left.
It is done.
They missed when it disconnected.
He touched my phone.
This is vital information.
So powerful. They put you on a few of their Sunday morning news shows, and before you know it, you start to believe their propaganda. But the black street knows better than that, and the black street never forgets. That's why Biden's black voter support has collapsed. Because there's a black media out here who's not letting black people forget about his broken promises and his lies. We're not letting it fall down the memory hole. Clyburn and the rest of these other bootlicks, they know exactly what we've been saying and why we're putting our foot down, but they don't dare would be political suicide for them. They can't deny what and he knows that when
went back to work. I'm gonna put this down quick, and I'm gonna have to end it because this connection is too bad. Sorry about that.
I really wanted to see what Judge was talking about with the free pizza.
Yeah, I wanted to get to that too. This internet is not cooperating.
Media bubble where you have the white media pretending to fawn over you and claiming that you're the most influential black whatever in America. They give you a couple of token phony headlines claiming that you're so powerful. They put you on a few of their Sunday morning news shows, and before you know it, you start to believe their propaganda. But the black street knows better than that, and the black street never forgets. That's why Biden's black voter support has collapsed. Because there's a black media out here who's not letting black people forget about his broken promises and his lies. We're not letting it fall down the memory hole. Clyburn and the rest of these other bootlicks, they know exactly what we've been saying and why we're putting our foot down, but they don't dare actually talk about it because that would be political suicide for them. They can't deny what we're saying is true. So instead, they try to see if they can get away with empty rhetoric about how Biden's done things for black folks. Though you notice they can never tell you what these things are. And they claim that any complaints that we're making, well, that's just disinformation. See, the reality is Jim Clyburn is in grieving. He's grieving because he's looking down the barrel of the loss of his political power. And he knows that when white power is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. If he can't convince us to stay on the plantation, white power doesn't need him anymore. And he knows MSNBC is not going to offer him a weekend show. So he's already grieving the end of his power and privilege. And as we all know, denial is the first stage of grief, and he's heavy in the denial. He's trying to wish us away, claiming that we're just disinformation. Yeah, Joy Reid tried that one 4 years ago, calling us Russian bots. I guess they figured that they'd use that talking point again. See, they know a lot of black people are prone to believe conspiracy theories, largely because we have legitimately been the targets of so many conspiracies from the kind of people that Jim Clyburn likes to bump elbows with. So they're hoping that if they can sneakily infer that the black media is somehow part of a conspiracy, that will make some mushy-headed, gullible Negroes think that demanding something for our vote is also part of a conspiracy, when in reality, Jim Clyburn represents the 21st century COINTELPRO. The only one who can suppress the black vote are the Democrats. As long as they continue to offer us nothing, as long as they continue to ignore us, then there is no reason for us to turn out to vote, at least not for them. And what will they do without black votes? Well, in the case of Jim Clyburn, he'd be reduced to actually having to go and get a real job. Not that anyone would be willing to hire him. So these scumbags hear us and they fear us, and they should. We're not here to disrupt the status quo. We're here to dismantle it and replace it with a system of justice. And what is justice? Black empowerment. Jim Clyburn isn't scared that black voters are going to begin listening to Trump. That's not going to happen. But what he is scared of is that there's a young generation now who won't listen to Jim Clyburn. His goal is to get his worthless kids into politics and hand them his congressional seat, and he hopes his political power, such as it is, the same way that the Kennedys did. That's how Jim Clyburn sees himself. He thinks of himself as a southern version of the Kennedys. We like the Kennedys over here. He wants to pass his political office down from father to child like some perverted family heirloom. But he needs black people if he's going to pull that one off. And that requires him to get black people to overlook the fact that his district is one of the poorest in America. And for some reason, that doesn't bother Jim Clyburn at all. And it doesn't bother Joe Biden either. But it bothers young black voters. That's why the Democrats and the white media keep carpet bombing us with this tsunami of propaganda and phony talking points. They hope that if they do it long enough, some news will speak will or lose their resolve. That there's some watered down spineless flake off. It's also true that what we're doing represents the actual summit of the black vote. We represent what the future of the black vote is going to be. We're not represented by a white media bankroll. We're represented by the black consensus. Clyburn and the white media are terrified of that, and they should be. Their fear isn't that black voters are turning towards Trump. What terrifies Clyburn is that black voters are at long last turning inward. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Yasharon Aaron, Jacques, Jamaal Isaac, Wesley Watkins, and Samuel Divers. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
So stop that sloganizing, y'all. Stop sloganizing, kill. So lighting to kill. To hell with you, Jimbo, Jangles, Clyburn, and the rest of you Democratic shills. I can't wait for all of y'all to be in the unemployment line and out of a job. You're not gonna dictate the narrative no more. We control the narrative, the new black media. So unfortunately, I feel I'm gonna have to end it there because this connection is just horrible.
Man, I'm so down for him trying it too. So down for him trying it. Well, look, it's good right now. Look, it's 1:14. Like nobody can possibly be online but us. What's the next one? Is it short?
Yes.
Yes. All right, next one. That doesn't look like it's short.
It is short. Looks very deceiving. Yes.
What is it?
Rolling your eyes emoji.
Okay, so that works. Try send me one. Press play.
That's not what I'm trying to play. I'm distracted because I'm trying to pull up what the next topic is. That's not the cue's not in exact order.
Oh my goodness. Man, family, when I tell you it rains and pours, it rains and fucking pours. All like in a matter of like fucking hours. Now like you gotta think about major things in fucking 6 hours and come up with a real plan. I don't even know what to do. What is this? Was that all for one night? Was this for multiple days? What?
Yeah, it's supposed to be for multiple days.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, what's Wait, I'm sorry.
The next topic is why is there a generational exodus from the Democratic Party?
That must be all on top of this, Democrats.
There's MAGA in here too.
Oh goodness.
I'm looking for this clip. Apparently they didn't make the queue.
Who's it by?
Any number of, I want to say it's release or maybe TD Media.
What's the next one? Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, that's next. And I really wanted to go over this though, but I can't really go over it with Shabaka because I really want Shabaka to hear it.
That's good though. We'll be back on the line.
So you want to go back over this tomorrow?
No, well, I would really want to move on to different things, but that's just me.
Have you dreamed of getting your pilot license soaring through the sky? Introducing Private Pilot Made Easy.
A few years ago, California put together.
Well, you know, I like to stick to a routine over here. Yes, it's election season. When it's not election season, we can talk about other things.
Okay.
When it's election season, we're talking about the election. So, Latino man is salty about Republicans' reparations that Black Californians may be receiving. So much for your no listen.
I don't know why anybody thought that was a good idea.
The no listen or the reparations to Black Californians.
No, that's a good idea for sure.
A reparations committee that would decide how much California, the descendant of slavery, would get, because no Black Americans who are descendants of slavery has gotten anything for the horrors that our ancestors experienced during slavery, Jim Crow, and even now, right? So California is like, okay, let's make it right. Well, of course, the usual suspects of white supremacy, they always got something to say about you guys weren't slaves and we didn't do it, we weren't there, and all the other stuff, right? But people who are not the usual suspects or don't look like the usual suspects, they have a lot to say about that. Now, those people are of the Hispanic community there in California. They're mad about it. They don't understand why they should be responsible for having to pay for that and all that. So I want y'all to watch this video that I actually saw on Brother Tariq Nasheed's page. So I want to give him credit for that. And then come on back.
There's a lot of stuff happening right here in this historic building behind me, also known as the California State Capitol. Right now, Democrats in this building are trying to ram through a bill that would establish a fund in the state treasury for reparations. The Reparations Task Force's recommendation is that African Americans in the state of California receive $800 billion in taxpayer-funded reparations. That'll be $1.2 million each. Senate Bill 1331, which would be the first step to getting this to happen, just passed out of the Assembly Appropriations Committee. That means once they can get it through the Assembly floor and to the governor for a signature, it becomes law. That's what State Senator Stephen Bradford wants to do. He wants California to take responsibility for discriminatory policies against African Americans, for slavery, for all these different things and all these different injustices that happened in our past. But let me remind everybody once again that California was a free state. And with the big budget deficit that we have, how would it make any sense to allow our government to basically multiply its budget by 2.5 times? First of all, they'd have to collect a lot of taxes to do this. And then how do we know it's going to get sent to the right place? Because with everything else, they're always messing up.
So as you heard him say, $800 billion of taxpayers' money give to the friends, and raise the taxes and all this other stuff. It's like, man, if you don't be quiet, because you got over here on your people anyway not too long ago, but all of a sudden y'all got so much to say. But do you have something to say? Your people getting all that money. California just decided that they're gonna pay $2.6 billion a year to help migrants with health care. You don't have nothing to say about that. You don't think that's going to be a tax burden? But Black people that are descendants of slavery finally getting what's due us, you mad about that? Time get $1.2 million a piece, and at least they do. They almost way more than that. But you mad about that? Are you mad when people get any and everything that they have? Are you mad about DACA? Are you mad about them getting housing and all kind of other stuff? I ain't heard y'all see people about that, but you mad that Black people gonna finally get what to us? See, if they would have gave to our ancestors when they got led on that plantation, you would have nothing to say about it. The price tag would have been probably a lot smaller. But since white supremacy decided to rob our ancestors of what was due them, they owe it to us. Because everybody else has gotten what's due them except for Black Americans, and we want our money. And guess what? Ain't nothing you could do about it. Oh, it's going to happen. And so you're going to have to get used to a lot of Black California millionaires walking around there peacocking and strutting our stuff. Get used to it. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Now, if you want to be mad about the money that they spending, be mad about the money they giving your aunties and your uncles and your abuelas and all them other people coming up over here and they ain't supposed to be over here. Be mad about that. Mind your business and we gonna mind ours. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The
God loves you. Your life on earth matters and has purpose. Meet with missionaries like us to learn what God has always known about you, why you're here, and what happens after this life. Discover.
I do not approve this bullshit ass commercial. Let's see, it's get the status on her phone. I agree with everything I agree with everything that Demetria K said. Y'all need to pay us, period. And we don't care about you not liking it. Y'all gonna pay up, or the Democrats are gonna just lose every election cycle. We don't give a damn at this point, because enough is enough of this shit. And that's where the generational divide comes in, because those of us that are 50 and under, we're not going for the shenanigans. The ones that's 50 and above, a lot of them are still going with the shenanigans, but Gen X or millennials and Zs, we're definitely not going for the shenanigans. Enough is enough of it. If you go on our vote, you're going to have to do something tangible, otherwise we're not voting for you, period. So cut the check, we come to collect, and we come to Washington to get our check. So, what are your thoughts on what Sister Demetria K said?
Well, I truly believe that they should cut the check a long motherfucking time ago. It's a slow, steady cooking process, family. We knew it wasn't gonna be overnight. We knew we was gonna have to fucking ride this marathon out, and we're doing a pretty damn good job of it. So we'll just stay on it. We know that it's not gonna happen. We should know. We should really sit back and think about it. It's not gonna happen during this fucking election, unless we get somebody else in there, not Trump, someone else, or anybody. Like, he's gonna do what he's gonna do. They're not gonna give reparations. No, they don't even want to talk about it.
I disagree.
What?
I disagree.
You think Trump? Hell no, we can't even tell this.
You won't even let me get the logic out or why.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
If you're trying to spike the Democrats, and you literally just exposed Biden for the racist white supremacist that he was, and reminded of all the racist shit that he did, why wouldn't you cut the check just to spike the Democrats? Because they are literally going against reparations full throttle, and they're trying to avoid it like the plague. So I could see Trump, the dump, being petty enough to actually cut the damn check. I could actually see that. I said the same thing in 2019, and Moses looking at me like, huh? And I'm like, he's a businessman. Like, I could see him doing that. I could really see him doing that.
I think if he was gonna even think about any kind of hot boy statement like that, he would have did it then.
Did you not watch the debate?
I did.
That was full of nothing but hot boy statements.
Okay, look, he's gonna make a hot boy statement to us. He would have did it then.
He literally said that Biden ain't done nothing for black people the whole time that he's been in office. Was responsible for all the crime bills, responsible for all the incarceration.
What did he say he was gonna do?
He didn't say what he was going to do, but he did meet with Ice Cube in 2020 when Biden said, "Oh, you're not gonna the contract for Black America." Remember, wasn't that your thing?
Yes,
wasn't that your thing that you were throwing around?
You really honestly think
we had to cover that? Yes.
Everything at this point.
Remember the platinum plan?
All right, man. Yeah, I'm scooting away. Like this.
I'm not rolling it out.
This is one time that the motherfucker just gonna scoot like inches to the left.
I'm not rolling it out.
Well, let's see.
Like I said, he's petty enough. Just so he could spite the Democrats, he would do it. Just say, look, I actually did something for black people. What have y'all done? That's the type of pettiness that he's on. So
you're gonna have to make it.
I could definitely see it. But he couldn't do it until he gets in the office.
Not that he can't do it before he can.
How can he?
No, not that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, you have to make it make sense. During, if you said it like hypothetically, he said it during. Let's say he said it hypothetically. There's gonna be questions he has to answer.
Yes.
So he's gonna have to figure out. You're gonna have to have the right answer, right? Where you gonna get the money from?
What do you mean?
Is it gonna be within how many days?
The defense budget.
Listen.
What do you mean? Where are you gonna get the money from?
These are the questions they're gonna ask him. I'm not asking him that.
I don't care about the questions they're gonna ask him. Is he gonna cut the check? That's
this
all I want to know.
About,
I don't care what the caucus or what you're gonna ask him.
Listen. Stop. I know you're in this moment right here. Ride this moment with you. Can't check it out though. When he says a hot boy statement like that, they ask him 100 fucking questions just to.
Who is they?
Oh my God!
The Democrats. Like I need specifics.
Anybody, Jesse. Anybody who fucking is a journalist.
Okay, so the white media is gonna ask him a question.
Yes.
Okay, he's a politician. He should be used to being asked questions.
Sure. And he's gotta talk about where he's gonna get it from, how he's gonna make it work, how it's not gonna affect this
No,
and
that
that.
only comes up with black people. No other group do they have those
They're
questions
gonna treat
on.
him like
Where's
that.
the money gonna come from?
Look, just
and all of that
man,
dumb
stop.
shit. They didn't have
Listen
no
to what I'm
issue
saying to you. This is Mr. This
allocating funds to Israel.
Oh my God, you stop for a
allocating
second.
funds
Stop for a second. Listen to what I'm saying. This motherfucker riding this black wave right now. Right? Trump is riding the black wave.
Obviously.
Okay? So what do you think's really gonna happen when he starts bringing up shit like that? They're gonna treat him like he's black.
Aren't they already doing that with all
No.
these charges and cases?
No.
Then we just do videos on that?
No, they're not treating him like he's black.
Oh God!
For real.
Isn't he trying to say that they are though?
He's trying to be relatable. Yeah, he's trying to whatever.
So, yes.
But that's not what's happening. It's not what's happening, cuz for real, that's not what's happening.
Okay, so Oracle, what's
That is what-
happening?
I'm not saying that. Just listen to what I'm saying. You don't think anybody's gonna ask CNN, fucking MSNBC? Nobody's gonna ask them these fucking white questions.
No, because they're already in fucking.
They're gonna be like, you don't think they're gonna end the fucking debate right then and there?
I mean, I don't put nothing past the Democrats.
No, it's not just the Democrats, cuz.
You're naming
You're talking about
outlets
I'm-
that are Democratic
I don't know.
headed
Oh my
and
God,
ran.
you're just being-
You literally named
you're just being combative,
MSNBC
Jesse. You're not
and
listening.
CNN. That's literally
Okay,
the
so what-
DNC Central.
Just you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Because they're
I
not
was just
making
throwing
no
random
sense.
shit out there, right? Random names, random stuff on top of it. Okay, I don't really dissociate. They're all Caucasian. I don't really dissociate what's what and what leads where to where.
But yeah.
I don't associate with it. I can't separate. They're all the same. So I'm not really knowing. I'm not all into it like that.
Okay, but I am.
Okay, so you don't think any of those? All right, how about any of the Republicans?
The Republicans, they already split. There's rhinos and then there's MAGA.
Okay, so you don't think the MAGA gonna go for that?
They're cult followers. They're gonna follow whatever the
So all
dump
of a sudden,
says.
all those motherfucking white nationalists are just gonna turn around and say, "Yeah, let's go ahead and give reparations." That don't even make sense out loud.
If he told them we should pay black people what we owe them, they would go with it because they're fucking followers. Whatever the dump says, that's what they're going to do.
It's like saying, "Hey, let's all jump off the freeway."
Exactly. That's
You think
exactly
what's
what.
gonna happen?
Yes. If he jumped off, they would jump off with him. Just like John Brown, dude, fucking Kool-Aid dude, Flavor Aid dude.
Commenters, anybody say
No,
something.
no, because the Democrats, he'll have the Democrats done. The Democrats, you could stick a fork in them, they'll be done. Because like I keep saying, before I keep getting rudely interrupted,
I'm not interrupting you.
they are avoiding the reparations issue like the plague. They don't want to talk about it. They want to keep putting out these stalling tactics, like these studies and these commissions
Trump's
and
like
all of
his own
that.
man, right? Is he not like his own
Can I
man?
please get my
No, yeah.
out?
Go ahead. Is he not like his own man? He's doing everything he wants to do, right?
Yes,
Nobody runs with him with a leash, right?
that we know of.
Correct. So if he wanted to do that, he would have did that.
How could he do it? He's not
Because
president.
he put out the fucking 2025 fucking nonsense, and he's riding with that all the way to the bank.
Shit. Look, that's just more fear mongering. The
No.
2025 shit.
Okay.
There's nothing that they can do that they haven't already done to us, black women.
All right, fine.
So don't get
What I'm saying is
scared
he's
by
I'm
that
not,
shit.
I'm not scared because what I'm saying is he's riding with all that, right? You put all that out there, not one mention of black people at all. So you think he's really gonna mention black people
He
now? all of a
mentioned
sudden?
black people in the debate. Like, you really got to go
Only to
back and
fuck with him,
re-watch.
cuz. Only to fuck with him.
That's what I'm saying. He's gonna do it just to spite them.
That's enough. You don't have to go that far. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to go that far
But he does have to go that far.
to
Big-
win black people.
Yes.
They're already throwing the panties at him.
No, they're not.
They were doing that.
No, Brandy, that was scripted. Literally, I don't know how you couldn't tell that shit was
For
scripted.
real?
Like literally, that shit was scripted. Cause like
Hell no.
She planned that
Okay,
shit.
good,
It was
go ahead.
pre-planned.
Go ahead, Jesse. Go
It
ahead.
wasn't like no random
All right,
spur of the moment type
cool.
shit.
Okay, say what you say. Go ahead.
I think that the dump is petty enough that he would cut the goddamn check just to spike him arrest. That's what. There ain't no hopes and prayers. They're gonna either do it or they're gonna lose. So it's either you do it or
they're still gonna show up for him.
Oracle.
Like
What is the
election
election results for December or November 5th, 2024?
Like we're gonna
By what margin? What is the percentage?
He don't need a margin.
Is it gonna be a landslide or is it gonna be close?
Facebook slide in. Home went on.
First executive orders on
Not reparations. He would have said it, dude. He's his old man. He's a fucking old man. Nobody's leading him. Nobody's giving him shit to talk about.
What is he gonna
You
do?
can't control that motherfucker.
What is he gonna do?
Listen
What
to
is he
what
gonna
I'm
do
saying.
January 25th?
Nothing.
2025.
Whatever he said he was gonna do in the first couple of.
Such as what?
I don't know what the fuck he says. I don't listen to him.
So you can't really
Why does it matter
make an
to me?
argument.
He's not my candidate. I'm only interested in one thing and one thing only.
Cornel West, who doesn't have ballot access in all 50 states.
Jesse.
I get it. I
Jesse,
know. My party endorsed him, but I'm on he's
I'm
going
not
to be on the
saying
ballot. I
All right,
understand
cool.
that.
Go ahead, man. You're right.
I understand that. I just want you to
Jesse's
understand
changed his alignment. He's
that
Trump for president. All right, cool. Now let's
he's
move on.
petty enough. I have a fuck Trump hat. I'm definitely not MAGA.
Okay, go ahead, cuz.
I'm just saying he's
Go ahead.
petty enough that he would cut the check for
All right,
reparations.
cool. Okay, cool. Shit. I'm with it. Somebody cut the check, goddammit.
Just spike the Democrats.
Okay, well, cool.
That's
Let him
all I
cut
was
the check.
trying to get out.
Cool.
Now, moving to the dump. Blaccs for Trump. Pro-MAGA. My ass got arrested. Arizona election worker arrested for stealing the codes, the security codes.
Oh, shit.
So Lisa's going to give us an update on that.
They caught somebody this time? Or is this like a new thing or what? Just press play. Don't look frustrated, man. I'm just trying to change the subject. Calm down. Jeez.
They got a thousand questions.
All right, okay.
Hopefully, they can
Transform your hair with hair growth products by 12 tribes on Earth. Experience natural, powerful ingredients that promote thicker, longer, and healthier hair. Say goodbye to thinning and hello to confidence. Hair growth oil, shampoo, spray, and butter by 12 tribes on Earth, because your hair deserves the best.
To straight up fanatics over Donald Trump. And I really seriously don't know why. You know, some of these people turn into straight up fanatics over Donald Trump. And I really seriously don't know why. The bottom line is Donald Trump ain't gonna help this dude. And what he did was stupid. So let's get into this story. So this is one of those Blaccs for Trump dudes. And so he is, well, I guess he was now an Arizona election worker. He was arrested for stealing security keys to access the ballot counter. And he's pro-MAGA.
The election thing.
You know, look at all the turmoil Donald Trump is in for trying to tamper with an election. What do you think they're going to do to this dude that nobody ever heard of?
By the forehead.
Wow.
Look how sad he looks.
Oh, man. To me, he just completely, what an embarrassment. For real.
I think that's a natural hairline. Or
Seriously.
Partial lace front.
27-year-old Walter Ringfield is accused of walking out of the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center with a security fob. Court documents say Ringfield was caught on camera, putting a lanyard with the fob in his pocket on Thursday night.
At a very busy time for election administrators, they were paying attention, and they didn't look the other way as just one of a million pieces of election equipment that is moving around the building.
Election workers discovered the fob was missing the next day during a daily inventory check. Kat Coleman is the former deputy recorder for communications in Maricopa County and says this particular piece of equipment is only one used in a multi-step process for election officials.
And so the fob alone is just a fob to somebody, and it might be able to scan and make a machine beep, but it is not going to do anything without that the PIN number that goes along with that fob with that particular election worker.
But court documents say the entire system for all the fobs and tablets needs to be reprogrammed, which is estimated to cost around $20,000. Election staff are also retesting all equipment. Jim Barton is a lawyer experienced in election law with no ties to this case.
This is a problem. You know, it's not good that somebody walked off with this fob. That's bad. But frankly, the fact that it's bad is good, right? Because it shows like people are very sensitive to it, and it got caught.
Just weeks away from a primary election in the state, Coleman says the response to this incident shows her the election security system is working.
Well, voters can rest assured that the folks in Maricopa County and throughout Arizona are working to ensure that their elections are transparent and easily accessible and secure.
The Secretary of State Adrian Fontes also says in a statement that this is unwelcome, but again emphasizes safe and secure elections. Ringfield was fired from this job, and last year he was also arrested for stealing nearly $2,000 out of a cash register from a different employer. A Maricopa County election spokesperson says because Ringfield was not convicted on that previous theft arrest, it didn't show up in their background check. For now, reporting in the newsroom, Zach Perletsky for Arizona's Family.
You know, this dude is not very bright at all. So on his previous job, he tried to steal $2,000, and he keeps getting caught. That's even worse. So I don't know what he's doing this for. Maybe he think he can go in there and mess with the machines, and just in case Donald Trump don't have the votes, but it's stupid. Nevertheless. So, and he doesn't even have sense enough to know cameras are everywhere. And they were able to pick up on the camera. He was the one that took the key fob. And then the police shows up where he lives, and it's found in his home. This dude is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Well, being that he's some MAGA fool, that says it all. So, ladies and gentlemen, this dude is definitely a big bona fide fool. For real. So, people are already trying to say if Donald Trump don't win and all this stuff, and Donald Trump, he wants to jump off like some civil war out here if he doesn't win. Look, first of all, nobody even liked the fact that there's two very elderly old men running for president. That's bad enough. But I guess this dude figured he would go in there and fudge up some numbers on the behalf of Donald Trump. And at the end of the day, Donald Trump is not going to lift a finger for this guy. He got arrested and he's in a world of trouble. And there is going to be no Donald Trump, or probably nobody from MAGA is going to show up to help him. So what was it all for in the first place? Because, see, when you go down, you're going to go down all by yourself. There is no one coming to rescue you. But
Powerful nigga trio.
We know it's just so many foolish people out here. So this is Walter Ringfield, and it says that why would a person do such a thing? So I guess that's Midas News. Report states that Ringfield promptly shut down all of his social media accounts following his arrest, including Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. However, one page that was still active was his page on Donald Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, where he had allegedly reposted lots of pro-MAGA content. So, well, this dude deserves to be out there on his own, dealing with his legal troubles that he didn't have to deal with in the first place. But, what's that saying? Forrest Gump, stupid is as stupid does. So please tell me what you think about this video and this MAGA that put himself out there, and for what. Please leave your comment.
Yeah, make sure y'all do the same for Front Line Blacc News. Thank you, Lisa, for the update on the crazy shit. So yeah, this dude is not the brightest.
Definitely bad representation for us.
Very bad.
Very bad.
So now this is gonna feed into more fear-mongering.
Yep. Which is kind of ridiculous. I mean, you got 4 months of that shit. I mean, at least we know what's happening.
See, they trying to interfere with the election again. It's election interference.
Black people love Trump so much, man. They're going to the extent.
They want to see the orange man in office.
It's really
Still
dumb, man. It's only 4
insecurities.
years. You know, it's not like major thing. Here's my question. If they change nominations for Democrats, what happens with Jamaal?
Jamaal goes back to the base of
She's still VP.
of Slumdog Millionaire.
That's funny.
5 minutes where we were saying. Okay, we're back. Sorry to kick us out again. But they ended that program for the Obama phones or the Biden phones, whatever. So if you were getting assistance and you were able to get free internet and a free phone, that's over. Effective today, July 1st, 2024. So the next clip is Jamaal Bowman getting ousted. We covered this a little bit last week. We're going to hear from the good Professor Black Truth once again, his take on the situation.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Well, as been predicted for many months now, AIPAC has claimed their first scalp. Jamaal Bowman has been voted out, lost his own re-election in his own district by over a dozen points. Interestingly, a few months before the election, the congressional district maps for that area in New York had been redrawn, and the white media was reporting, though complaining was more like it, that the map was slanted in Bowman's favor because it included a black enclave. That's what the coverage was then, but apparently things must have become a lot more balanced in the last few months because they're not mentioning that anymore. So they were already setting up the narrative, though, that Jamaal Bowman was being given an unfair advantage because of black voters. And this was also the line of rhetoric that his white challenger seized on, using racial code words and phrases, saying that Bowman enjoyed, quote, an obvious ethnic benefit. And the white media was all the way on code, calling this white challenger a centrist. Yeah, with rhetoric like that, that's definitely center rhetoric, right? Nothing biased about that. So when you hear me describe so-called white moderates as casual racist, that's because the white media does the same thing. So they're basically going on the record about it. For the white media, when you spout anti-black racial rhetoric, that's what constitutes a centrist. So as long as you don't just out and out say nigger, the white media is fully willing to lie and claim that anti-black mouthpieces are centrist. By the way, have you ever heard the white media say that anyone who criticizes Israel is a centrist? I'm just asking for a friend. But this guy Latimer's rhetoric about black people, it reminds me of Hillary Clinton and her hard-working white people line from back in the day. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about exactly why it is that Jamaal Bowman lost his seat. Some of it's been okay, a lot of it has been erroneous, but this race came down to two factors. The first and most obvious, it's the money, stupid. AIPAC had been declaring for several months now that they're targeting black politicians and that they were going to be using the one thing they had plenty of. AIPAC doesn't have any votes, so what they got plenty of is money. And you can tell the white media is fully supportive of that particular message because they just kept repeating that line about AIPAC's deep pockets as if that was the one and only thing that mattered. This kind of coverage is meant to intimidate others, that when AIPAC comes after you, well, their deep pockets are a guarantee that they'll beat you by outspending you. But is that really true? Donald Trump demonstrated not once but twice that just because your opponents have the lion's share of the campaign money doesn't mean that they automatically win. The GOP establishment poured oceans of cash into Trump's competitors not once but twice, and 2 times they failed utterly. So while campaign money is very important, it's not the sole deciding factor as to who wins the election. Usually all that campaign money is meant to make up for the fact that these people don't usually have grassroots support. It's meant to pay for a bunch of carpet bombing them with propaganda. That's what the money is meant to do. If your ground game is razor sharp and you make sure that you've got your grassroots political support in place, that has far more to do with who wins the election than just strictly speaking about who spends the most money. AIPAC solidified their support for that Latimer character. Bowman, on the other hand, did like most black politicians in America do. He went out of his way to keep the black grassroots at arm's length until he felt that he had absolutely no other choice than to actually engage with them. See, people like Bowman, they don't see black voters as their support and salvation. They see black voters as a problem, a political liability, an obstacle that they have to avoid and try to work their way around. And it's not lost on anyone that AIPAC deliberately chose a white candidate to be their stalking horse for this particular operation. That's the entire point of this little racial political exercise, to show those Negroes in Congress that they can be easily replaced, and to show that AIPAC or any other Israeli-aligned entity can rally angry white voters against them. This was about demonstrating that AIPAC can racially purge Congress of black members who aren't obedient enough. But then again, They couldn't have done it without these self-interested individuals setting themselves up for a fall. Last October, Jamaal Bowman showed everybody what he was for when he pulled the fire alarm in order to delay or derail a vote on a spending bill because Republicans controlled the House and were trying to pass their version of the spending bill, and the Democrats wanted more time to review it because they didn't want the Republicans to front-load the bill with all kinds of pork for themselves. That's the Democrats' job. Bowman wound up having to face charges for that, and he pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. He was so determined to delay that spending bill that he was ready to go to jail for it, or at least get dragged into court. But I'll tell you right now, that's not the problem that I have with his little stunt. In fact, I actually would have been supportive of it if it wasn't for the fact that he never ever did anything like that for reparations. In fact, he's never done anything like that for anything that would benefit Black people. Oh, this guy is such a man of the people. Oh, he feels so much for the people. His heart bleeds to the point that he's willing to go to jail, but not for anything that would benefit Black people. He didn't call himself pulling any fire alarms as a means to try to delay or to even provoke a vote for something as basic and common sense as an anti-Black hate crime law. He was ready to go to the mat, to go to jail, to be a hero for the left, but not for Black people. He has never and would never show that same level of zeal and determination for anything that would benefit Black people. And that's the problem that I have with Jamaal Bowman. And it's also the problem that everybody has with the congressional Black talkers in general. Speaking of that gang of do-nothings, Negro Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, refused to endorse Jamaal Bowman. That decrepit old fossil is a political whore of the lowest rank, and he knows what side his biscuits are buttered on, and he loves having AIPAC slather it on heavy for him. See, there's no honor among thieves. We talk about the $40 million slaves in pro sports, but the same thing goes for professional politics. And they sell out for a hell of a lot less than $40 million. At least pro athletes have a marketable skill that people will actually pay money for. These political prostitutes' only skill is kissing white power's hairy, crusty behinds. That's it. I'm not in favor of AIPAC getting their way. The problem is that the white left and their Negro operatives don't use their position to do anything for us. That's the reason why they're politically vulnerable like this. They have not blocked one effort by the white right to weaponize the law against us. They haven't used their position to politically retaliate on our behalf, and they don't decide, hey, we need to pass legislation that's going to be putting money into Black people's hands and into Black people's neighborhoods. They don't do that. They support hate crimes laws for Asians, hate crimes laws for the LGBT community, and for Jews, but they don't support anything for Black people. They're not pulling any fire alarms or disrupting Congress or going to the mat for us. So what difference does it make whether Jamaal Bowman got voted out? Tell him to get the support of those white leftists that he went to such extremes to try to impress. He went to absolute lunatic lengths to stick up for them, so clearly that's his constituency. It certainly wasn't Black people in his district. See, these Black politicians seem to think that merely sucking up to the white left is all they have to do. They're all trying to find ways to get into office or to remain in office without actually having to fulfill the demands of their Black voters, or even having to pay lip service to their Black voters. They're all trying to climb the same ladder of white approval, the white media, white donors, and white voters. Bowman, no matter how he may have tried to palm himself off, he was drawing from the same well as Karen Bass. The Black politicians who are most able to withstand the kind of attacks that AIPAC carried out are the ones who stay closest to the Black vote, the ones who at least publicly make it a point to pay lip service to their constituents. On the other hand, the ones who try to come off as being above that kind of thing, they just make themselves easy marks. So AIPAC's agenda of targeting Black politicians has formally begun. But keep in mind, this is not so much about who is or who isn't opposing Israel. This is about white supremacists trying to score some easy victories. AIPAC and the rest of the Israeli lobby know that if they had tried to go after a white politician and make an example out of them, then they would merely antagonize a lot of those white voters, and that there would be some actual anti-Semitism, not merely criticism of the Netanyahu regime. But notice how none of these good white Democrats are saying anything about what's happened to Jamaal Bowman. You don't see Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Hakeem Jeffries or any of them saying, wait a minute here, you guys are undermining the party solidarity. We have to be fighting Trump. Trump's the big issue here. Fascism in America's on the march. We got to stop the fascist orange man. They're not saying that. They're not saying anything. The white left, many of whom have been eager to be able to openly show their disdain for Black people, they're already celebrating the prospect that other Black Congress people could lose their seats. Cori Bush is the name that basically is up next. They're pointing to her as another so-called squad member who AIPAC is targeting, and they're putting big money behind an effort to get her out of office. Cori Bush made it a point to do her shea butter routine from the moment that she started campaigning for Congress. Perhaps she thought that it would endear her to the white feminist types, but all it did was to make her just another easy target. And of course, she's been far more concerned about gun control than she has been with Black empowerment. And if she or other members of the squad are hoping that Hakeem Jeffries might speak up on their behalf, well, they better keep on wishing. Why is that? Because the entire reason that Hakeem Jeffries is even House Speaker is solely because he's in AIPAC's hip pocket. He takes orders. And this is why we don't waste time with Negroes on Capitol Hill. These Congressional Black Caucus members, they thought they were so smart. They thought ignoring the Black grassroots was a victimless crime, that they could get away with it if they pretended to talk like us on a rare occasion. They made it a point to champion all these other groups' interests because to them, that would get them in good with the white donor class. They were just playing the game. Well, AIPAC is showing that they know who their constituency is, and they've never wavered on that. They don't represent anyone's interests but their own. This is why when we talk about white supremacy, we don't break it down based on what part of Europe someone claims to come from, or what religious affiliation they are, or ethnic group. White supremacy bridges all those lines. These CEOs on Capitol Hill still haven't understood they're up against an organized offense. So they need an organized defense. And that means they have to solidify their Black support. But let's be honest, Negroes on TV operate out of the same playbook as the white left. When Black politicians talk about alleged Black support, it's the same handful of Black fraternity bodies that we see the white left always talking about. So they don't have any Black grassroots support. And these Black politicians, having never bothered to fight for economic empowerment for Black people, find themselves helpless in the face of the very folks who they fought to give billions in funding to. These idiots went and subsidized the very campaigns of the people who are going to put them out of office. No cure for stupid. And these are the same Negroes the white media had previously been singing the praises of, or rather pretending to heap praise on. Yeah, these Negroes always fall for the same old scam, thinking that the white media actually likes them, that the phony praise that the white media gives them is in fact somehow sincere, or at the very least, the Jamaal Bowmans and the Cori Bushes like to tell themselves that the white media's phony praise is deserved somehow. Well, I really am that good. I really am that smart. Well, now they're finding out that the same white media that made them could break them too. How many of these Negroes that you see on white media cable networks are saying anything about what's happening to Jamaal Bowman? How many of them are calling out AIPAC for it? How many of them are saying that the Democratic Party is not on Black people's side because they can't even stand on the side of their own pet Negroes in the CBC? Nah, you don't see any of them talking like that. And that's why Jamaal Bowman finds himself in the situation that he's currently in. And it's also why Cori Bush and the other members of the squad, and by extension the rest of the Congressional Black Caucus, find themselves in AIPAC's crosshairs. After having spent so many years funneling foreign aid money to Israel, they now have to face that same money in these campaigns. Well, you know what? My recommendation for Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, and the rest is that they need to go to all of these non-Black constituencies that they've been sticking up for all these years. From immigrants to feminists to gun control groups, all these pet issues of the white left that they were championing. Ask those groups to save them now. Though based on what I've seen, Jamaal Bowman will likely have plenty of company soon in the unemployment line. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Andrew Lewis, Joyce Blizzard, Atu Hammond, Corey Monroe, and Antithesis. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Liberty, liberty, liberty.
To hell with this goddamn commercial. Alright, so we finally get to the damn part I wanted to play. I've been itching to play for Lady Che. Thank you, Professor Black Truth, for exposing that faker fraud and phony Jamaal Bowman for what he was and what he is, and explaining why Hakeem Jeffries is getting as much love as he's getting in the Democratic Party as an AIPAC. Yeah. That's the last topic. It's the far zone.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah,
They're trying to do tricks and shit in the damn parking lot.
Failing ethically.
Okay.
Alright, let's put this shit down. So this could be I think this is our last topic.
Yeah, that's the last topic.
This I would we're like motivated, but it's the signal, so and I don't even know what the fuck to do.
It's so bad.
The 18th till Tuesday. Yeah, I mean
The cash back. Do cash, yeah, well.
Yeah.
We need help. Like, I mean, like, this is like, we're in dire straits.
I really just me. Oh well.
Put your cash
save the
up.
day. Watch, I'll save the day.
Put your cash up.
No. No, it's no. Don't worry about this. It's gonna be alright. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. I don't need it like that. I'll be alright. I'll figure it out. Man. I don't know what to be mad about. The fact that they cut these motherfucking programs. It's like, should know that it's too good to last forever.
Yeah. They're trying to get an extension on. They gotta pass it through the House in the Senate.
Okay.
Okay, so our nemesis was in the black media sphere here in Denver, Colorado, because outside of us, there is no new black media except for Vicky Dillard. Shout out to Vicky Dillard.
Yep.
So those that masquerade as our black media, they had a few words to say about my campaign. Well, actually, they try to ignore my campaign altogether for House District 8. And I had to check them on it. I had to.
Man, you should saw it in rare form like just recently.
I checked them in a way that was not expecting to get checked either. While they were broadcasting, because either I'll pop up on them, which really shakes them up, or I message them because I have all their members for the most part. So Jeff Fart and his Free Coon Zone 3 days ago, we're talking about the primaries. We had several primary elections here in Colorado, and they were talking about those and what to expect from the debate between the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. And sleepy so we were talking about my race for House District 8. I set up really wrapped up. So I'm going to skim.
About money and the revenue that we spend on the over policing of our students. I knew that.
So that's our former school board director of Denver Public Schools, Ayante, otherwise known as Tay Anderson, and our favorite Coon of the Year. Did you get the Coon of the Year award to him?
No. Sorry, went so far. I didn't know we could pass it out in our own areas.
Outside of SARS.
I mean, if I had to pass it
SARS
out
is in our area, though.
If I had to pass it out in our own, I didn't know I could.
In our area, he definitely gets the award.
No,
so this is Jeff Fart, otherwise known as Brother Jeff.
He's
not my brother.
His license plate and stuff.
But he basically has us blocked. But we have our means and our ways of watching his bullcrap program that comes on at 2 o'clock. So anyway, he wasn't expecting me to be watching this shit.
Yes, no, you're right.
So
when
I checked him live on his broadcast, he didn't know how to react, so he tried to save face. So I'm trying to play that part of this 2-hour video.
I don't really care what he's talking about in politics, really, because they're Democrats and they're all for the Democratic
Party. They're
Democratic
shields. They're gonna vote blue no matter who, no matter what.
No matter what.
Even with Sleepy Jim Crow's horrible performance on Thursday, they still gonna vote blue no matter who.
It's sad, really.
Because they're party first, not race first.
Right, party first. Right, exactly. That's it. Oh God, it feels so dirty when.
And this is not a black platform. We exposed that during the mayoral campaign.
He said it wasn't, but we didn't. We were treating it like it was. That was us being too generous.
They called us the free think zone. There ain't nothing free thinking about it.
I just don't want to hear us.
They meant to change the name to the Democratic think zone.
I think
that's
we're the
all
only
it is.
ones that are really banned.
No, it's several people banned in our crew.
No, just us. That's what I'm saying.
Outside of our crew.
Outside of our
yes,
like who?
He blocks everybody. Who hasn't he blocked?
Come on, man, it's scary.
He didn't block the nemesis.
Did she have Laurie the first time? Or was all of this redistricting?
I believe she had Lowry the first time.
So she won it the first time.
We can pull it up. Give me a second, just so I can know if she did or not.
So I think redistricting plays a role in some of this. I'll give you that. That makes
of border crossings that we currently have, and so I think President Biden has delivered.
Hell with AOT.
Don't talk. Just keep on.
I'm trying to find it, like I can't find it if it's not playing. I can't hear what they're talking about.
They're talking about fucking the border.
For the American people, him and Vice President Kamala Harris have done and made America a global leader again. After places in all jails and allow those people to have a right to vote.
And you, is that who you are in terms of your behavior? Like, are you a liar? Are you a cheat? Are you a scoundrel? Are you someone that nobody trusts around their children? Do people pick up their wallet when you're around? Like, that's what I'm talking about. At the highest level, you're going to tell me that don't matter. Like, that don't matter. You was just convicted of everything you said you've been doing last.
All that's all they have. That's all these Democratic shields have is the dumb and the Chargers. Not what Sleepy Jim Crow was gonna do for black people. Not any of that. It's just the dump this, the dump that. Oh, he's a criminal. The dump this, the dump that. That's all they have at this point. The Democrats are in desperation mode and 2.0. Like, we've been saying they were desperate, but they are beyond desperate now. And what they say, desperate times call for desperate measures. Them mugs are definitely desperate.
I'm probably in the same seat that I was in with CJ. I don't know Elliot Hood. I don't know what he was running for. I don't even know what he looked.
Right there, they're talking about C Regent. Okay, so then they get into it because I hit them up. I think this is where I hit them up at.
If this was Brother Jeff before the judge, Brother Jeff, you're going to jail. I would tell you that. Donald Trump, because of the political implications, but Donald Trump is not going to jail, period. They will not jail him because he's leading in the polls. He is he's the former president of the United States, and there is too much.
The Democrats are so desperate that the only thing they can talk about is the dump getting locked up or not getting locked up, because they want him to get locked up so he's out of the paint, and Sleepy Jim Crow can I can't even say glide into another seat, another term, but just barely drag his feet over into a new term. So this is what the Democrats have come to. So this is what constitutes our so-called mainstream black media out here in Denver, the Free Coon Zone. So let's see what is this.
Look forward to eating Randall's.
Candace, we're going to get you some Randall's. And Donald Trump is going to be held accountable.
No, he's not.
You do not get
July 11th. Free thinkers, please put it.
Ain't nothing free thinking about that shit.
To actually go and make sure that turn the mics off, please.
We got.
I'm talking.
Scoot over.
They had no indication.
That's when him and stupid ass Meridian got into it. Okay, so it must be back this way. Yeah, because they started talking about the DA race between John Walsh and Joseph, and then after that, they started talking about my.
Do you think that
race for House District 8
was a little contentious?
I think it was. I mean, I watched it here on your back and forth and the questions that they asked each other, where essentially Leora tried to make out that John didn't have prosecutorial experience.
Apple, and I don't know where this comes from, that you're the one that pointed out folks are saying that Biden is wandering off aimlessly.
No. You said he was wandering off. I defended the president.
No, I said this is what's being elected. Did she have Laurie the first time? Or was all of this redistrict?
No, I believe she working for us, and we'll go out.
She won. Okay.
But did House District 8's boundary map impact the reason why she won?
Perhaps.
And boxed out some of the other candidates that were present in the race, because
especially if that place, if you don't like that.
Again, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I just am no longer that individual. I have personal reasons why I left the Democratic Socialist Organization.
Oh, yeah.
So he's talking about what
so you know exactly what that is because you used to be a part of that, and you said you left it.
Member. Yep.
What is it? So for those of us, like you kind of, I'm trying to figure out why the progressives didn't do well, the ones that were primary, because obviously the ones that weren't primary and didn't have an opponent, they did all right. But as it relates to those who labeled themselves progressives and they label themselves progressives, why do you think they didn't do as well as perhaps what got them elected or selected?
Well, there wasn't a high voter turnout. I think people have voter fatigue. We have literally voted every 6 months in Denver for the last few years. There's also was nothing exciting to get people to the polls. And also, I talked about this at the election night coverage, is that oxygen was being sucked out because folks were so busy focused on one campaign that they weren't spreading that sort of energy to all of the campaigns that needed it. And so when everybody's in House District 4 fighting to get Representative Hernandez reelected because they believe that's the easiest thing for a win, and then they're neglecting Elizabeth Epps, or they're neglecting Brian Lindstrom, or they're neglecting Hashim Coates and other individuals who are running as progressives, but all of our energy is in one area of town and we're not sharing the resources, that also contributes to why you didn't see people be successful. Also, there's been a lot of progressives lead very authentically and bold to a point to where it is not comfortable for those who are the moderate part of the party. You have situations, for example, Candy Tabaka was a progressive, showed up every single day and made sure that people knew where she stood on her values. She never compromised, but because she was one, they moved her map around so that she didn't have the same representation that she had when she was elected. They spent hundreds of thousands, almost up to $1 million against her. And also they nitpicked on different statements that she's made, knowing that that's not what she meant. they were able to convince the district to vote her out.
Can I stop on?
No, that's
wait. Okay, we already know what happened, but before you tell people, is that when that redistricting, when that map pushed out fucking like Kansas City, Baca, and Epps, did that happen right before the fucking primary election?
Yes, it happened 2 years before the election.
So
they did that back in 2022.
So this is nothing new about this redistricting.
It didn't come into effect until last year.
But last year in 2023.
Yes.
Okay, so why would it be an issue now in July or June of 2024?
Because
they're bringing it up like, well, there's got like they're all like, you know, like unexpected.
Because it didn't go into effect until that's why. Trying to understand, like the layman, because this help the layman understand. Because that's the fuck shit. That's intentional. That's what we right? Said. I know that. I'm agreeing with this. Are you agreeing with this? I'm just saying, never mind. Like the big. Never mind. Yeah, I'll find another way to ask. Carry on. Maybe you'll answer.
Candy for sure. I believe that Katie C. Baca caught them off guard and was not supposed to have a voice in all of this money you see being moved and finagled around this corporate city. And they redistrict her outside of her support. Had she been a representative of the still Glowville, Elyria, Swansea, she would have been reelected. But when you give her the broad Montview 1,000-year-old trees constituents, that's how they are redistricting, and that's what they're doing to them folks out south in southern states where, you know, we're gonna put a voter box 300 miles away from your house. And so only reason I want to take Candy out of this equation is because they did something different to her. Everybody gets hit with hit pieces. Everybody got the campaign stuff going on. But when they take you out of your base and they give you some whole other individuals with a total different lifestyle. When I was growing up, we couldn't even cross 23rd heading toward Montview. Now you're going to tell me the difference between Glowville, Elyria, Swansea, and Montview, or that area that now I have to convince you that we somehow align. They did that, and so that would have been difficult for anybody to overcome. But let's just talk about this current election and those progressives. What happened to them?
They lost. Yep. And I when you go to the gerrymandering and the moving the lines around piece, I hope that maybe that's the same reason why we lost House District 8.
Okay, but and
just because they moved House District 8 into Central Park, and knowing that is not a part that has never been a part of House District 8 before. But that's okay. We can talk about that later. But,
no, yeah, because you got Lindsay, so that's still a conversation because she won.
She did.
So she won. Okay.
But did House District 8's boundary map impact the reason why she won?
Perhaps.
And, you know, boxed out some of the other candidates that were present in the race because...
Especially if that place... Well, let me think this through, Ayante, because Lindsay, if it's redistricted, depending on the weight of it, she also has to attract those on the other side as well to vote for her. Yep. I don't know.
But adding Central Park in helps significantly.
Well, I think Central Park is now the power base in the Mile High income city that Greater Park Hill used to be. That Central Park Lowry, you got to throw in Lowry as well, because I guarantee you Lowry got a very senior population
That's what threw Elizabeth Epps out of office.
that votes. So if Elizabeth Epps got Lowry, that's a hard hill to climb. But when she got elected, did she have Lowry the first time? Or was all of this redistricting?
No, I believe she had Lowry the first time.
So she won it the first time.
We can pull it up. Give me a second, just so I can know if she did or not. So
I think redistricting plays a role in some of this. I'll give you that. That makes a lot of sense. If they redistrict you and your voter base was different the second time you ran than it was the first time. And anybody who gets Central Park is going to do well. And Chantel, who I consider a progressive,
I don't think Chantel did good.
I think, but I don't know if she carries that label like she does. Okay. She did well in Central Park.
White boy.
Well, let me just put it this way. Chantel won her race.
But that's not what won her race.
It could be done. Allison Coombs won a citywide race in Aurora, Arapahoe County, which proves it could be done.
So this is what. So Elizabeth Epps won all of this in 2022.
Okay.
That would be Lowry and Windsor Gardens over here.
She won Windsor Gardens, Lowry. Okay.
Capitol Hill, East Colfax.
Okay.
So that's what she won in 2022.
Okay.
Then when you go to 2024 primary election, we go to the dashboard. We go to District 6.
District 6.
I know, it's the airport.
And she lost all of it, besides Cap Hill, East Colfax, and whatever neighborhood this would be.
Those two maps are very, the maps that you brought up, Ayante, I don't think people can see, but it's stark. Can you explain what you just showed?
Yeah, so Elizabeth Epps district essentially is an inverted L. It goes like this. And she won the neighborhoods farthest west of her district, so Capitol Hill, a lot of the other places on Colfax, East Colfax. In 2022, she ran Lowry, Windsor Gardens area, and southeast part of her district. And in 2024, she lost all of Windsor Gardens, lost all of Lowry, lost most of Colfax, and only did well in Cap Hill, East Colfax, and one part of the district. So it was almost flip.
Would you attribute that, and I think I would, to extreme attacks on her?
Yeah, I think
they came after that.
I think extreme attacks on her, and then her stance on the Israel-Gaza conflict is what caused her to have those attacks be attributed. And you had individuals in the Black community actively campaign against her.
No, they couldn't have.
Oh, I got pictures.
No, Ayante, you already told me about how the Blacks is important and all of that. Are you saying that? Well, okay, they were Black, but they weren't Democrats. I'm just using your argument.
I don't think everybody subscribes to
your worldview.
My worldview. But I can give me 1 second. So,
well, I don't need to see it, but I'm just saying actively there was a lot of including Black folks that worked against Elizabeth Epps.
Yeah.
Okay.
There were several Black folks that worked against Elizabeth Epps in her campaign. I can show you a picture of 2 of them right here.
Okay. Now let me just ask, what about Tim Hernandez? Because he was put into that position and this was his first run. How did he do?
Tim lost his election in Northwest Denver, 55 to 44. His map
55 to 44.
Yep.
How do you deem that? Is that close or not?
No,
not at all.
I mean, well, it was definitely some yeah, probably like 600 votes. That's too. But low turnout.
That's why low turnout are so important, because 600, 100, 150 votes, those can swing elections.
Yeah, that's why it's important to get up there. And
while you look at that, I would say that Hood also sent a message. Hood for Region. Friends, our hard work paid off. We prevailed the primary and have secured the Democratic nomination for CU Region at large. The victory would not have been possible without the support of our incredible team of volunteers, dedicated campaign staff, generous donors, and advocates like you, who have championed our cause in communities across Colorado. I want to acknowledge my primary opponent, Charles C.J. Johnson, who not only ran a strong campaign, but is also a great person and is someone I now consider a friend. We both agreed early on to lead with civility and run positive campaigns focused on the issues. And I'm proud to report that we both kept the promise to the end. I look forward to continuing to work with CJ in this race and when I am elected to the board. While we are thrilled to win the primary, our work is not done. We need to win in November and keep our democracy or Democratic majority on the CU Board of Regents. As we move forward, I am more determined than ever to earn your trust and support. Together, we will work tirelessly to ensure that our campaign reflects the values and aspirations of the communities we aim to serve. Thank you once again for your continued support and belief in our vision for a better CU system. Stay tuned for more updates on how you can get involved and make a difference. With deep appreciation, Elliot Hood, CU Regent at Large candidate. Classy. What did you think about that?
That's classy.
They ran a classy race.
They did. They didn't. I don't think that there was an attack out on either one of them. And they ran statewide, and they had different organizations supporting them. And I think that they both did a good job running. I think that they really showed us how to maintain civility in elections. That's something that did not happen in where these progressives were running.
So that's
these progressives had an onslaught. I mean, it was on both sides. Those supporting progressives were attacking the other candidate. Those supporting the other candidates were attacking the progressives. And unfortunately, that I believe did sway voters. But yeah.
Let me tell you another classy race I think took place between two candidates, and that was a DA's race between Leora Joseph and also John Walsh.
I'm gonna disagree.
You think that race was a little contentious?
I think it was. I mean, I watched it here on your back and forth and the questions that they asked each other, where essentially Leora tried to make out that John didn't have prosecutorial experience and hasn't prosecuted a case in a long time. I watched John try to make her look inexperienced, and they did that on several different occasions. When they were on the 9 News debate, John called some of her plans clickbait and aspirational, but there is no teeth behind the plans that they wanted to that she wants to implement. So I do think that they had more of a back and forth than the other race that we were just mentioning. I do also know that the supporters approached this differently. I didn't see supporters.
Let's not talk about the supporters yet, but I want to just say when you've got candidates wrestling and talking about policy and platforms and disagreeing with, isn't that what we expect to see tonight with Trump and Biden? Or do you want to see them going after each other for physical appearance or age or all those different things? Because I have absolutely no problem with candidates talking about issues. Like, for example, if you said, you know what, we need more Black elected officials who represent, Black folks. And then I say, well, I don't think Black folks are even turning out to vote, even with a small number. And I don't disagree with you, but I don't see it happening. We're just having a civil dialogue. There's nothing nasty about that. But if I say, well, first of all, here's your problem, and start swinging the neck and doing all the other stuff and putting out, whatever. So you didn't like them talking about their issues.
I mean, it was. I mean, if that's what we're classifying, then every campaign that you would say got nasty in the election cycle just talked about their issues.
Yeah, I mean, in some of the other
CJ and Elliott showed us a roadmap that you can run a campaign against each other and not even really have to mention each other's names. Just really say what you're running for.
Yeah, I'm going to mention my candidate's name, or I'm going to differentiate myself, and I think that's what many of us in the free think zone, we didn't want to see the siblings sitting there saying, you know, we want to, what differentiates you? I got more experience, and you've got less experience. If it's a fact, it's a fact. Now, if it's a lie, if there's a candidate that starts lying on the other one, and we've seen some of them campaigns where folks just start putting out, like, for example, and I don't know where this comes from, that you're the one that pointed out folks are saying that Biden is wandering off aimlessly.
No. You said he was wandering off. I defended the president.
No, I said this is what's being shown.
And I defended the president.
And you said here's the broader clip. He was wandering to another part of the, you know,
the parachuters. There were more parachuters that were off camera. Exactly. I don't have a disagreement with, you know, being able to differentiate yourself between you and your opponent. But that is, you know, also can be considered an attack.
What are your thoughts tonight? What do you think is going to happen at 6:30?
I believe that you're going to have Joe Biden is going to try to deliver a message to the American people while he deserves 4 more years in office, saying that the economy is booming, that inflation is down, that jobs are up, and he's going to focus on his record and the things that he has delivered as president. President Biden has delivered more for the American people than any other modern president. More jobs, and he has done a great job on turning our economy around. While you may not see it instantly, the president definitely has a track record of doing the right thing. Now, when you look at President Trump, he's going to say that the country is in chaos and in ruin. He wants to create a dystopian future against President Biden, saying that given 4 more years will be World War III. He wants to scare you into voting into it.
This is Trump's approach.
This is Trump. And Trump was also going to hit Biden hard on immigration. I think that is Biden's weak point. Biden's weak point is going to be immigration because the cities that he needs to rely on in the suburbs that he needs to rely on for the election have been hit hardest with the ongoing immigration issues. And that's why he took the most recent action to limit the amount of border crossings that we currently have. And so I think President Biden has delivered for the American people. Him and Vice President Kamala Harris have done and made America a global leader again, after having to deal with a recovering pandemic and also a very childish leader. And so I think you'll have one side trying to focus on the future, and I think you'll have one side trying to scare you into voting for them.
I'm so troubled. I'm troubled in many regards in terms of even why we're having this conversation with someone who's just convicted of 34 felonies. I think that President Biden will not bring that up. Everybody acts like it ain't happened. You know, how are you even in the room? How are you even in front of the American people when, if integrity matters even a little bit, and you were found guilty amongst your peers of 34 felonies, why are you even on the stage? Now, I know the president won't say that, or nobody won't say that, because obviously it's not a big deal, because this is still the forerunner, regardless of what he's done. He said that I could shoot someone in the middle of Times Square and still be elected. The 34 felonies, it doesn't come up tonight. Nothing, no big deal.
Because the Democrats should embrace individuals with criminal records running for office. I don't believe felons should be excluded from the right to vote or to run for office. I do believe that those rights should never be stripped away from anybody. And if that's who the American people want to elect, or even of a local municipality, if that's who they want to elect, that's who they want to elect. And we should be able to allow those individuals to run campaigns and to make their pitch to the voters. I believe that what should be happening is President Joe Biden should get up there and say, I am going to send a bill to the Congress that restores the voting rights of all convicted felons, and I am going to implement polling places in all jails and allow those people to have a right to vote.
And you, sir, will benefit from said legislation.
And Donald Trump should. I mean, look,
I'm not saying he shouldn't, but I'm saying why is how is he even in the room? Of course you should have an opportunity to run and do all of these different things. But if Biden says, I'm going to restore the rights of X, Y, or Z, won't someone say, well, why ain't you done it? Why is this important now, 2 months or 3 months before an election? Why is this important now when, if this is so important to you, why didn't you already do it?
I don't know I don't know why he hasn't already done it. I think there's a lot of things that we could be putting on the president and say, why haven't you already done it? But I do think that it is something that should be explored, because felons should have the right to vote. Felons should never lose the right to vote, period. And they should be able to run for elected office. If that is what somebody with a convicted felony wants to do, and the people of the constituents of where they're running at elect them to the job, that is upon those individuals. I'm sure that's going to be a central part of the campaign, but I don't necessarily I won't shame Donald Trump for having felonies. I think that it is interesting that he's still a leading presidential candidate.
That's the point.
But he does have the right to still run for office.
But that's the point. Donald Trump's track record proves he is not the type of person who has the integrity that folks say they want. This is the same argument of Boulder's police chief. We're missing this. It has nothing to do with a point of if you're a felon or if you're not a felon.
My nemesis is a felon. They didn't support him. He's still the nemesis, though. He was a felon. He ran for office. They didn't support him at all. These mothers are so hypocritical. It ain't even funny. And they call this the free think zone. Ain't nothing free thinking about this shit.
It has to do with, okay, is that who you are in terms of your behavior? Like, are you a liar? Are you a cheat? Are you a scoundrel? Are you someone that nobody trusts around their children? Do people pick up their wallet when you're around? Like, that's what I'm talking about. At the highest level, you're going to tell me that don't matter. Yeah, that don't matter. You was just convicted of everything you said you've been doing. Last time you said kiss them in the mouth, grab them by the vagina, do all these different things, and we thought that the people said that's unacceptable, but then we learned that the people, that's not really a big deal. Are you really hearing that this man with 34 felonies is in a tight race with another white guy who's the president right now? And I don't get it.
Sorry, y'all, it's not me, it's the internet.
Donald Trump should be elected president. That's not what I'm doing. What I am saying is that there are. I believe that we need to restore the voting rights to felons across the country. That they should still be. That is something
I said, them rights are desperate. You're talking about if he doesn't get elected,
Restore the voting rights to felons across the country. They should still be able to vote from jail or prison.
Of course you should.
And that is something that is.
However, we can kind of see the problems.
They're not to jail.
You're
he's not gonna go to jail. He's gonna go to jail.
No, because he goes to jail.
It's Hunter Biden going to jail. They ain't saying nothing about that.
On that, you're going to get level 1, 2, or 3 treatment. You get to go straight to Maine and Mar-a-Lago and campaign. Like, you go and do all of that, and we'll handle all of this after the election. But on
another countdown a day.
On 7-11, you don't gotta go see the judge. You don't see the bailiff. You don't.
You know that America is a racist ass country, and that is not that's not two worlds to compare. Going to go to jail. It's a Secret Service nightmare. It will.
711 AD when the Moors took over Europe and they controlled it.
We used to call it a good deal.
It's literally 711 day. That's why. They've been doing that. I don't know how long.
That's what he does.
Will cause political uprisings, and if he was going to go to jail already, he would have been in jail after the gag order violations. You don't get to violate a gag order 11 times and then get to say all you get is 11.
You're gonna apply for, or which part of the city you could be in. You don't got to do none of that, but Ray do to his world.
And you know that America is a racist ass country, and that's not two worlds to compare. So in reality, Donald Trump isn't going to go to jail. It's a Secret Service nightmare. It will cause political uprisings. And if he was going to go to jail already, he would have been in jail after the gag order violation. You don't get to violate a gag order 11 times and then get to say all you get is $11,000 and think you're going to show up and go to jail on July 11th. And he won't go to jail on July 11th. The
this country, and what should voters know while you're going to be the president in a penitentiary on Zoom? How's that going to work?
You pick a strong vice president.
I don't know, man.
Trump will not physically be in a jail cell.
Okay.
He will not be sentenced to any jail time.
Anything that anything that happens to Donald Trump on 7/11 by way of being held accountable for 34 felonies is a part of the process of incarceration.
Okay, fine. He's not going to jail.
Okay. How many folks do you know downtown right now that just got incarcerated and said, okay, it will give you probation, but you can't go to 5 Points and you can't go to Montbello. Only go to work.
Let's take theory of this negative energy stuff. But I'm qualified, major.
Yeah, so what you so?
Excuse me. You don't talk to high priest like that.
So like cynical.
No. Really,
I'm trying to get that. 30 minutes.
But the point is that Donald Trump will not be physically incarcerated. He won't be placed in a jail cell or sentenced to jail detention come July 11th. That's not going to happen.
Medea, in my heart. My
God. That's I don't know. Maybe said he fucker drink it. I trust him. Leave somewhere where it happened. So, you know.
It's in this episode.
I know it's okay. Let it go. We gotta listen to them. Yeah. That's crazy.
No, you wanted to listen, but I was just trying to find the part where he mentioned me about the house just at 8. That's what I was trying to pull up.
You know, I think it's the universe.
Presentation that they deserve.
If it's late in the game, this late at night, you make smoking your stay up.
Regardless, if Black students only make up 13% of the district.
How far into it?
This is something in the beginning.
Oh, okay. Is he doing right here?
had Happy Haynes and Jennifer Bacon. We had Landry Taylor and
Well, family. The whole point of this whole video was that oh boy he didn't want to acknowledge Jesse last time when Jesse referenced mayor, and that really was a big deal considering they like to call him I like to call him the fucking kingmaker because it seems that when he now this was happening. He was telling everybody it's going to be on the ballot in general, and it was very difficult, like, to get his article stuff up because he's independent and on a unity party. They and me personally did not fully understand why you couldn't see anyone else's name and shit. And that was bothering me. I didn't understand. And that was something that was not really thoroughly fucking explained to me. Probably was, but I probably was skimming through whatever conversation we were having. That's just me. So when I figured it out, I finally seen, and I had a thorough, proper education. I was then thoroughly upset. So I had to put these little links on so that people could see he was actually running. And then only for them, what it would be best is if they said they, and acknowledge it. And man, an apology would be ripped, but or even a fucking well, why don't you come in and talk about your campaign? Any of that bullshit. But it didn't happen, and so we've been kind of showing, well, try to behave ourselves. But when it comes to Front Line Blacc news, we can't fucking behave ourselves. Period. I guess we just gotta be the way we are. When it comes to other things, gotta be the way we are, and it's like the season for outlandish change, and then all of a sudden, shit just took a turn back to left. We'll probably just find it. I guess ended on this next thing. We fucking did it for like a 3 hour. Not long.
Or Capri Chicken, Celebrities Sports Center, Summer of Violence.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
I want them to hear it. No.
Why?
Yeah, I need to know about the district and who's been in the seat.
Over to be electable, and if you don't cross over, you're gonna just be a soul singer.
Yeah.
and soul singers was always on the chitlin circuit and their Cadillac payments was still due.
But you just have to be able to know how to navigate those spaces, because when I ran for school board, I knew that I was not able to run on a anti-take the police out of school.
There's so many things we can do.
There's like no more studies that we can reference that literally show that it costs more. It costs more than our money that actually costs.
Yeah. And they go, oh my God, like everybody just took a major motherfucking left turn in ugliness.
So, you know, it's the internet.
Let's just close it out there. Watch it. Watch it. This is the keep buffering and shit. And tomorrow, today, later today, we have the thought house. Understand because we gotta look it up, and I don't really know where to look. So, family, we're gonna end it right now, because it's not working. Where we know where what time lapse at on the video. So we're gonna try to run due diligence for later today. So 23, and that's Black Billy. So I'm gonna take care of the stuff at the with the internet. I just gotta wait for proper business hours open, and all that good shit. So stay black, stay dangerous. Thank you for sticking in with us. Sorry about the fucking technical difficulties for the last 2 days. We did our best. We tried real hard. It's just the fucking building. If you know, you know. Right. And everything falls on a weird ass time. It's the first. For what Jesse explained to me, July is the problem. So everything should be fine by the time Front Line Blacc News comes back on. This evening won't have really any problems. Sorry about that. Apologize. Thank you for sticking with us and watching and listening to that bullshit at Free Big Zone. Yeah. It's a triggering fucking place, that's for sure. So stay black, stay dangerous, stay favored, and fucking look out for each other. Shit. It's 4th of July, so you know how they get.
4th of their lives.
It's the 4th of their lives. So you know this week is gonna be, you know, all about them and whatever fucking other shit they got going on.
July 4th, 1776, our ancestors were enslaved.
That's
so this ain't got nothing to do with us.
Right. So we're not really gonna be celebrating it, but it'll probably be just a campaign.
Yeah.
Other than that, stay black, stay dangerous. Anybody feel like tossing some dollars at us? rewind the track and figure it out. I like rewind the track and figure it out. I'm kidding. Let somebody know. Shit. We'll be happy to set that up. But don't stress yourself out about it. That's it. That's all I gotta say. Hold your roll like you hold your spill up.
Yep. Tangibles or no vote.
Tangibles or no vote, yeah. And the RVA will come out this week too. Sometime this week, probably before their holiday. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, so thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of the Front Line Blacc News. Season 4, episode 13, part 1, Redue, and part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News.
The RVA that took off last week, so I'm going to have to go through it. Put up this key things. I need to make something for like an overlay, so I can put it up, and I'll get that done before I can do the RVA again. They took down all my motherfucking work, and very important things we should look at, especially when it came to DNA and the testing and shit like that. So I just wanted to let you guys know they took that down, and so I have to redo it.
Took that whole episode down.
They wouldn't let me appeal it or anything. They didn't even want to hear anything I had to say. So
that's weird because they put it back on Frontline Blacc News.
I don't know. We'll talk about that later. I don't know anything about that. So stay black, stay dangerous. Thank you very much. And just go ahead and finish what you're saying. I'm sorry you're interrupting.
Yeah, so make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Mr. Bucky's Black Experience Enhancements will have a new episode on Tuesday. Stay tuned for that on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We will see y'all later for part 3. Peace.